Good morning. Very excited. We've been waiting for this day for at least a year and a half, and I'm delighted it's here. Welcome to the University of Oklahoma and the Sam Noble Museum of Natural History. I'm Rick Luce. I'm the Dean of Libraries at the University of Oklahoma, and it's my pleasure to be able to just open up this symposium today. Before introducing our Master of Ceremonies, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to highlight why Galileo's world portends a new relationship between the university libraries, our special collections, and the University of Oklahoma. Research libraries are the intellectual commons of a university. They're places that connect the past to the present. They link ideas together. They collide disciplines and fields of study. They have done so for centuries. However, today, as we witness the disruption of changes now underway within the emergence of things like e-research, data-driven science, and digital humanities, our special collections become increasingly important as laboratories for scholarship that support knowledge creation, both locally in the form of atoms, such as books and archives, and virtually in the form of bits that can be computed on and transmitted anywhere. Just as our Galileo's World exhibition illustrates our collections, together with the programming, exhibitions, and teaching spaces and activities built around those collections, they also communicate and connect communities of scholars and students around the world in collaborative and multidisciplinary ways, while also serving the international research community by spawning digital projects that are transforming scholarship and research methods today. And we will hear more about that in this symposium. While the rapid changes brought by technological disruption have resulted in many university general collections that have been traditionally managed being disrupted and in many ways commoditized and undifferentiated, special collections, unique materials, those rare and one-of-a-kind artifacts and cultural treasures, are entering a period of a new renaissance. Quoting from The Power of Pull, how small moves, smartly made, can set big things in motion, quote, big repositories of knowledge, left by themselves, don't give a university a major advantage anymore. It's having access to the knowledge flowing at the cutting edge that really enables innovation. So knowledge flows are now overtaking knowledge stocks in importance. By flows, the authors are talking about interconnected conversations, interactions, and intellectual connections. In such a world, fostering interactions and engagement and fostering communities are absolutely essential. And in such a world, rare and unique materials become increasingly valuable, especially if we pivot from a collection-centric focus to an engagement-centered focus, where our value stems from the kinds of interactions that we provide and support, and especially if we act on the threads opened at this conference and in other venues to use the power of the internet to connect our collections in a manner that leads to flow. Today, the OU Library is evolving to be a very different entity and a very different kind of institution than the paradigm for libraries that my generation grew up with. Let me give you 3 quick examples. We support collaboration today. In fact, we enable and foster collaboration, group work, and especially group learning. Not just learning in a group, but learning how to be effective in a group. Secondly, we are becoming partners in data stewardship, data curation, and data visualization. Thirdly, we actively enable co-creation. Today, new knowledge is not just transmitted, it must be co-created. Galileo's world is an expression of this vision, as well as an exhibition without walls, a year-long project featuring a series of 20 exhibits and events at 7 locations across all 3 OU campuses. Highlighting over 350 rare books, just the tip of the iceberg of the 100,000 that we possess. Rare books from the OU Library Special Collections, alongside early scientific instruments, interactive displays, and contributions from our exhibition partners, representing the influences on their respective fields, and a robust interactive website with online resources, including digitized access to the works on display and tools for educators. Galileo's world explores connections between science, art, literature, music, religion, philosophy, politics, and culture, both in the world of Galileo, but also in the world of today. Perhaps most importantly, this exhibition will live on in virtual space. While most conferences are devoted to a single disciplinary focus, today's conversation is intentionally multidisciplinary. Galileo's world challenges us to look beyond the walls of specific college departments and disciplines to see the connections and the creativity in innovative approaches to research. Our Master of Ceremonies and moderator for today's symposium is the creative mind and curator of Galileo's world, Dr. Carrie Magruder. Professor Magruder earned undergraduate and graduate degrees from Truman State University in Missouri, a master's in library science, and a doctorate in the history of science from Oklahoma University. His background includes teaching high school chemistry and biology, directing a university planetarium, and teaching university astronomy, geology, science education, and of course the history of science. Since 2000, Dr. Magruder has served in the University of Oklahoma's library's History of Science collections. In 2009, he became curator, and in 2011, he received the John and Drusa Cable Chair. Professor Magruder has presented scholarly talks in many academic conferences, universities, and research labs in both America and Europe. An online Galileo exhibit by Magruder was recognized with a Best of the Web award from the Griffith Planetarium in 2006. He has presented talks on Galileo at the Fermi Lab Accelerator in Chicago area and at NASA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. He has also served as a content consultant for Beautiful Science exhibition of the Huntington Library, which won the American Association of Museums Excellence in Education Award for Best New Exhibit in 2009. His recently published articles deal with geology, cosmology, Galileo, and science and religion in the early modern period. Please join me in welcoming our MC and moderator today, Dr. Carrie Magruder.
Welcome and thank you for coming to the Galileo's World Symposium. The full title of the exhibition is Galileo's World, Bringing Worlds Together. 3 quick stories illustrate this. First, consider this book, bound and cased in a typical Asian style. Johann Schreck was a friend of Galileo's who assisted him during his telescopic discoveries. A few years later, Schreck went to China, where he wrote this work on engineering in Chinese with Chinese collaborators. How many of our Asian students know Galileo had a friend in China? Here's a second example. This book by Francesco Hernandez is the most important early natural history of the Americas. Hernandez spent half a dozen years with Aztecs in central Mexico, compiling their botanical and medical knowledge. Galileo and his colleagues in the Academy of the Links worked many long years to publish it. It finally appeared in 1651. This copy is a 1628 draft. How many of our Native American and Hispanic students appreciate that botanical and medical knowledge of the natives of central Mexico, that was important to Galileo and his colleagues in the Academy of the Links, and helped transform European natural history nearly 400 years ago into a global endeavor. Consider a third story. Johann Hevelius was the leading European telescopic observer in mid-17th century astronomy. This massive book was the first comprehensive lunar atlas. It accurately mapped the moon less than 40 years after Galileo's telescopic discoveries. On the frontispiece of this same work, Hevelius portrays Ibn al-Haytham, a leading medieval Islamic astronomer and optical theorist. On the right, holding a telescope, is Galileo. Who would have guessed that one of the most impressive works of the scientific revolution would portray Galileo in Middle Eastern dress as a tribute to the tradition of medieval Islamic science? So we've seen that Galileo's world brings together worlds as far removed as Asia, America, and the Middle East. If Galileo's world brought worlds together in the past, then what might a Galileo's World exhibition accomplish for us at the University of Oklahoma today? So with Galileo's World, we are bringing worlds together. We are connecting the world of OU with the world of Galileo, creating conversations about these connections is our way of celebrating the 125th anniversary of the university. So I think back to the story of David Ross Boyd, which every student and faculty member here knows. Boyd accepted the position of university president by mail. When he arrived in Norman expecting to see an established university with buildings, he found only a dusty town of 600 people and a barren prairie. In his diary, he wrote, "While some might have been discouraged, I only see possibilities." We immortalize Boyd's vision in the planting of trees and the sower spirit of OU. This is the very soul of the university. In the reading nook on the first floor of the library, we start with David Ross Boyd and the story of OU. The central panel reads, "It has never been more important than now to understand our own past. The forces that moved us in the past formed our character, shaped our understanding of the world around us, imparted to us a sense of possibility. In this sense, we are children of the frontier. We are pioneers. We are shaped by our landscape and our history, those who journeyed here by coercion or force, those who persevered through many trials, who remained undaunted through the Dust Bowl years, who created a global oil industry, who pioneered aviation and aerospace exploration, and those who built Oklahoma's flagship university bear comparison with those we hold as symbols of the Renaissance as we explore connections between Galileo's world and the world of OU today. The people of Florence committed to building a cathedral so large it was impossible by any method then known to construct a dome upon it. Yet when the time came, almost miraculously, they found a way to do it, by far the largest masonry dome ever built up to that time. The story of Brunelleschi's dome is like the story of OU. What possibilities? OU and Tuscany have a deep cultural affinity. So on the opposite wall of the reading nook, we juxtapose the world of Renaissance Tuscany. With the Galileo collection of the History of Science collections, we might even say that a little bit of Tuscany has been transplanted to the windswept plains of Oklahoma. So now the story of Galileo is part of every student's and researcher's experience at OU, connecting our worlds across time and space. Through exploring the world of Galileo, we may recover our own past and find added meaning for our endeavors now and into the future. To make these connections, the Galileo's World exhibition offers something for everyone. Like the university, it's multivalent. There are top 10 tours in art, international studies, meteorology, women in science, and many more. What would your favorite top 10 tour be like? Would it be one of these, or would it be a custom tour of your own design? Now, maybe I'm dreaming a little, but I would like to imagine how might each of our speakers today design their own top 10 tour for us. So let's imagine a tour by Teresa Marks, our luncheon speaker. She is the Assistant Dean for Academic Student Services of the OU College of Engineering. What kind of tour might she offer us? Well, this past summer, a number of students in engineering, along with some from art and architecture, went to Pisa to study the tower, both from an engineering standpoint and from the perspective of the history of art and architecture. As the front porch of Galileo's world, they then created a 1/10 scale replica. Teresa Marks was the team lead for that project, so I'm sure we would make our first stop on the tour here. A heavy steel ball and a lightweight lucite ball drop from the cupola, with times of their fall recorded and displayed on a panel below. Students can then watch the balls be carried back up to the cupola by an Archimedean screw. Perhaps next, Teresa would take us up to the Galileo Engineer Gallery on the 5th floor, where one may examine works illuminating Galileo's life as a scientist-engineer. The book on the left displays a machine designed by Agostino Romelli, a generation before Galileo, which employs the Archimedean screw mechanism for transporting water. It is open to this page as a tribute to the OU Tower of Pisa project. On the right is the same machine from a book in the Galileo in China gallery. Teresa earned a BA in Fine Arts and a master's in art history. So the next stop on her tour might take us to the Fred Jones Jr. Museum of Art for their exhibit, An Artful Observation of the Cosmos. This beautiful exhibit shows the fusion of art and science through a combination of works of art from their own holdings and books from the History of Science collections juxtaposed together. The Fred Jones brings the worlds of art and science together. Finally, I feel positive that Teresa would point out the Tuscany Top 10 tour, here shown in a screenshot from the iPad exhibit guide. The description of each of these 10 items refers to something one might see on a trip to Florence. The College of Engineering has an ambitious study abroad program, and Teresa serves as the College of Engineering Study Abroad Liaison. She has taught engineering students from OU's campus in Arezzo, integrating science and engineering with the specific artistic and cultural heritage of Renaissance Tuscany. So maybe these are a few places we would go and things we would see on a tour of Galileo's world with Teresa Marks. I can't wait for her presentation today about the OU Tower of Pisa project. For our next tour, we might have the privilege of being led by Paolo Galuzzi, one of the leading historians of Renaissance science in the world. Professor Galuzzi has been director of the Museo Galileo in Florence since 1982. He was a longstanding editor-in-chief of Nuncius, an international journal for the history of science. He currently chairs the national edition of Galileo's works. This week, in fact, Professor Galuzzi generously presented us with the latest volume, which has just been published, for Galileo's works are still being updated. Perhaps Professor Galuzzi might take us first to the National Weather Center. More rare books are on display there than at any other location outside the library. At the National Weather Center, there is a tribute to the Museo Galileo, where we thank them for their partnership and support of the Galileo's World exhibition. In part, it reads, "The Museo Galileo in Florence is one of the foremost international institutions in the history of science and the leading research center for Galileo studies in the world. They combine a renowned collection of scientific instruments with an impressive rare book library, publish numerous journals and specialized monographs, and sponsor the Galileoteca digital library to support scholarly research. In addition, this research institute on the bank of the Arno River has become one of the most acclaimed public attractions in the city of Florence. State-of-the-art educational exhibits and learning laboratories both inspire and instruct increasing numbers of school groups and visitors, including OU students visiting from our new campus in nearby Arezzo. At the National Weather Center, we would see a polyhedral sundial and a replica of Galileo's thermoscope, an ancestor to the thermometer. These are two of the instrument replicas provided by the Museo Galileo for this exhibition. The Accademia del Cimento, or Academy of Experiment in Florence, pioneered meteorological investigation using the thermometer, barometer, and air pump. The Museo Galileo holds the original instruments from this group that are reported in these works. Next, Professor Galuzzi might take us to the Sam Noble Museum. Last semester, it hosted a joint exhibition on the natural history of Hernandez, which I mentioned earlier. This semester, a new exhibit explores the topic of Galileo and microscopy, so that's just upstairs, and I hope you get a chance to see it. An opening section presents the Accademia dei Lincei, or Academy of the Lynx, the early scientific society which counted Galileo as a member. Professor Galuzzi is a member of the Accademia dei Lincei. Prince Federico Chesi, the patron and founder of the Academy of the Lynx, is here shown alongside Galileo. One of Professor Galuzzi's recent publications is the first important in-depth study of the relationship between Galileo and Chesi. No one could give us a better tour of this exhibit than Professor Galuzzi. For each gallery, the Museo Galileo provided brief video tutorials. These are high-quality, photorealistic animations, each less than 5 minutes long. Look for different videos in almost every location, 35 in all. Here at the Sam Noble Museum, another instrument replica is on display. The microscope by Campani was once attributed to Galileo himself. The Lincei published the Apiarium, the first report of observations made with a microscope. On the website of the Museo Galileo, one may compare all 4 extant printed copies in an online variorum, including the OU copy. On a nearby wall, Sam Noble visitors may examine a translation of the Apiarium by OU alumna Clara Sue Kidwell and formatted for this exhibit by Leah Vanderberg. Next on the tour, we might go to the 5th floor of Bazell Memorial Library. If you haven't been there for a while, it's changed. This is how it looks now. And we would return to the Galileo Engineer Gallery, where we previously noticed the book on machines by Romelli. Here is a book on fortifications by Larini. Drawing upon Archimedes, Larini asserted that all machines could be reduced to the balance and thus to the lever. From his home in Padua, Galileo taught a private course on fortifications. Both Larini and Galileo were shaped by a common Florentine tradition in engineering. In the nearby exploration room, we might sit down in a comfy chair and explore Professor Galuzzi's book, Renaissance Engineers, from Brunelleschi to Leonardo. Galileo's first and rarest printed book is a manual for his engineering compass. The Museo Galileo provided a high-quality replica of Galileo's compass for display alongside the OU copy of the book. Up on the Health Sciences campus in Oklahoma City, this book by Borelli has been on display. I suspect Professor Galuzzi might take us up there. Borelli, a practicing mathematician and engineer as well as a physician, analyzed the musculoskeletal system in terms of the mechanics of the lever and other simple machines. Borelli studied under Galileo's student Castelli and was a member of the Academy of Experiment in Florence. Another Museo Galileo thermoscope is on display at the Byrd Library. Also shown here is a book by Santorio Santorio, a physician friend of Galileo's. Together they experimented with the thermoscope. Because of the scale affixed to the instrument as depicted in this book, we could accurately call it a thermometer. Physicians such as Borelli and Santorio applied to medicine the physical principles which occupied Galileo in his physics. Finally, no tour by Professor Galuzzi would fail to take us to the Fred Jones, a replica of Galileo's telescope provided by the Museo Galileo. rests adjacent to OU's copy of the Sidereus Nuncius, Galileo's starry messenger, the first published report of observations with a telescope. This is the book and the instrument that caused an immediate international sensation, with Galileo's report of mountains on the moon, the 4 large satellites of Jupiter, and countless numbers of unsuspected stars. Near the telescope is this work by Pacioli. Pacioli was a friend of Leonardo's, and the geometrical diagrams in the back of Pacioli's book were drawn by none other than Leonardo. They demonstrate true perspective and a mastery of light and shadow. These diagrams were the only materials ever put in print by Leonardo during his own lifetime. Professor Galuzzi has published several books on Leonardo and chairs the national edition of Leonardo's manuscripts and drawings. An artful observation of the cosmos also includes the first printed book with Leonardo's name on the title page, his treatise on painting. It was published over 100 years after his death. Another edition in French is on display in the Schusterman Library on the OU Tulsa campus. There in Tulsa, we may also view this remarkable work, a book of paper instruments like the one on the right, and the first star atlas to plot the positions of stars according to a 2-dimensional grid. Now, this may be a coincidence, but it is by Paolo Galuzzi, and I wonder if there is any relation between this 16th century author and our speaker today. So maybe those are a few things we would see on a tour with Professor Galuzzi. I can't wait for his presentation today, unveiling the Galileoteca Digital Library for Scholarly Research. Our next imaginary tour is led by Dr. Tony Hay, Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. It's just wonderful to even say that as an American. Thank you. Hay served as Vice President of Microsoft Research Connections from 2005 to 2014. Before that, he graduated from Oxford with bachelor's and master's degrees in physics. As a particle physicist, Dr. Hay might take us first to the New Physics Gallery, where we may view the Ficino edition of Plato's dialogue, the Timaeus. In the Timaeus, Plato constructed all elements and even the cosmos itself from geometrical particles, that is, from the 5 regular solids of the Pythagoreans. Dr. Hay might then tell us that the Timaeus is therefore the first work in particle physics. It was never forgotten. Later writers built upon it, as did Kepler in his blueprints of the Copernican universe, also on display in the New Physics Gallery. Dr. Hay served as a postdoctoral fellow in physics at Caltech and worked with Richard Feynman and Murray Gell-Mann, both winners of the Nobel Prize in Physics. He then moved to Geneva, Switzerland as a fellow of CERN for several years. He held a position in particle physics for about 15 years at the University of Southampton, with visiting fellowships at Caltech and MIT, following in the footsteps of Plato and Kepler, I would say. So perhaps he would pass out to us, to those of us on his tour, this learning leaflet which introduces the properties of the 5 regular solids, or this learning leaflet that describes how Kepler used the solids to prove Copernicus, constructing the blueprints of the universe in his first book published in 1596. Next, Dr. Hay might have us attempt to replicate Galileo's inclined plane experiments, by which Galileo established the law of free fall. Even with this precision instrument, we might experience difficulties obtaining consistent and reliable data. Dr. Hay might prompt us to consider how larger data sets might help us overcome experimental limitations. After the New Physics Gallery, Dr. Hay might bring us back to the Galileo Engineer Gallery, where we would learn how to use Galileo's compass and the slide rule and explore the history of computing. For Dr. Hay moved from particle physics into computer science in the mid-1980s. In 1986, he became professor of computation at Southampton and dean of engineering and applied science in 1999. In 1990, he served as a visiting fellow at IBM Research. And in 1998, he was a visiting fellow at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. A learning leaflet he might offer us here would be about Ada Lovelace, who wrote the first computer program long before computers even existed. And then Dr. Hay might stop beside this letter, signed by Albert Einstein, and tell us more about his book, Einstein's Mirror, which provides an easy-to-understand explanation of relativity. Other books by Dr. Hay include the Feynman Lectures on Computation, the Computing Universe, the New Quantum Universe, and the Fourth Paradigm, Data-Intensive Scientific Discovery. Kepler's Rudolphine Tables is filled with page after page of calculated positions of the planets. Dr. Hay might lead us to wonder how we might make sense of such a mass of calculations. I would not be surprised if Dr. Hay paused his guided tour at the China Gallery to note the benefits of interoperable data. European techniques of map making, coupled with Chinese skill and knowledge, led to a remarkable series of 17th century maps of China printed in both China and in Europe. In the late 17th century, about a dozen Jesuits began a 30-year project to map the entirety of China. They plotted longitude and latitude coordinates for more than 600 locations. As a result, both Chinese and European geographers had access to maps constructed from the same geographical data, all based on the meridian of the Paris Observatory. And that's hard to achieve in any age. I feel confident Dr. Hay would not leave us at the end of our tour without emphasizing that every book on display will be digitized in its entirety and made freely available online in high resolution with descriptive metadata. He would explain to us how difficult it is to establish a state-of-the-art workflow moving from digitization to an open access repository with data curation and sustainability over time. Perhaps that is what a tour by Dr. Hay might be like. I can't wait for Dr. Hay's presentation this afternoon on Galileo, new technology, and big data. Our next imaginary tour is led by a research astronomer who works for the Vatican. Last September, Brother Guy Consolmagno was named director of the Vatican Observatory by Pope Francis. Brother Guy obtained his bachelor's and master's degrees at MIT and his doctoral degree at the University of Arizona's Lunar and Planetary Laboratory, all in planetary science. After postdoctoral research and teaching at Harvard College Observatory and MIT, in 1983 he joined the Peace Corps and served in Kenya for 2 years, teaching astronomy and physics. Perhaps one of Brother Guy's first stops for us would be the Space Science After Galileo Gallery, especially the section on planets. Brother Guy's research is centered on the connections between meteorites and asteroids and the origin and evolution of small bodies in the solar system. In this book by Christian Huygens, Huygens took up questions of the habitability of other planets and the existence of extraterrestrial life. Now, if you're curious about Huygens, you might be interested to know that Brother Guy has written a book entitled, Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial? And other questions from the astronomer's inbox at the Vatican Observatory. Brother Guy's many popular works include The Heavens Proclaim, Astronomy in the Vatican, that's a history of the Vatican Observatory, Worlds Apart, which is a textbook in planetary sciences, Turn Left at Orion, 100 night sky objects to see in a small telescope and how to find them, a classic for amateur astronomers. God's Mechanics, How Scientists and Engineers Make Sense of Religion, and Brother Astronomer, Adventures of a Vatican Scientist. So how did the Jesuits become astronomers? In the controversy over the Comets Gallery, Brother Guy might point us to an introductory text in astronomy by the Jesuit Christoph Clavius. In the 16th century, Clavius established astronomy as an essential area of study in Jesuit schools. Brother Guy might also point us to the New Almagest by Riccioli, a standard astronomical compendium published in the generation after Galileo. In many ways, the Jesuits were at the forefront of astronomical research in the time of Galileo. In 1989, Consolmagno entered the Society of Jesus and took vows as a brother in 1991. On entry into the order, he was then assigned as an astronomer to the Vatican Observatory and became curator of its collection of meteorites. Over in the China Gallery, Brother Guy might point out the working tools of Jesuit astronomers like Adam Schall von Bell, who became a trusted advisor to the first Qing emperor and published numerous books in Chinese with Chinese collaborators. Or he might point out that before Jesuit astronomers were asked to create the Vatican Observatory, they first built one in Beijing. Brother Guy might explain how there were scientific reasons at the time to support Tycho's Earth-centered cosmology over that of Copernicus. The Copernican system was challenged by the failure to detect stellar parallax, by inferences about very large star sizes, and by the failure to detect retrograde motion of comets. These would all be eventually resolved, but not until the 19th century in some cases. If the Earth is moving, one might expect to observe its motion reflected in the apparent path of comets, but that so-called retrograde motion was not detected. Grossi, who observed 3 comets in 1618, was a leading Jesuit astronomer in Rome at this time. This manuscript consists of notes for Grossi's lectures at the Jesuit University, the Collegio Romano, in which he reported Galileo's telescopic discoveries. I'm sure Brother Guy would join us in thanking the athletic department for their assistance in acquiring this manuscript. Finally, Brother Guy might take us to the gallery entitled The Galileo Affair, in which he would explain the complex relations between the Bible and science for good and for ill. Here are 15th century editions of Augustine's City of God, Aquinas' Masterwork of Theology, and other works. And at this point, we might discuss with Brother Guy whether there would have even been a trial of Galileo if church leaders at that time had only interpreted the Bible according to the principles articulated by Augustine and Aquinas. Brother Guy might point our attention to this 16th century commentary on the book of Job, in which the theologian Zuniga mounted a stout defense of Copernicus. But I'm sure Brother Guy would explain the significance of Galileo's letter to the Grand Duchess Christina, in which Galileo showed how to interpret Scripture so that there is no conflict between Copernicus and the Bible. He cited Augustine throughout. Like Augustine and Galileo, Brother Guy believes in the need for science and religion to work alongside one another. In 2006, he wrote, "Religion needs science to keep it from superstition and keep it close to reality." So maybe those are some of the things we would see and do on a tour of Galileo's world with Brother Guy. Our final imaginary tour is guided by Nick Wilding. Dr. Wilding is a historian of science with a special interest in the history of the book. He has held fellowships at Stanford, Cambridge, and Columbia University, among others. Dr. Wilding would take us to the Galileo Affair Gallery, and there point us to the Dialogo, Galileo's dialogue on the 2 chief systems of the world. The OU copy contains Galileo's own handwriting as validated by Stillman Drake several decades ago. Galileo wrote it as a dialogue between 3 fictional characters, Salviati, Sagredo, and Simplicio. Dr. Wilding has recently published a study of the real person that lies behind the character of Sagredo, Galileo's idol, Gianfrancesco Sagredo, and the politics of knowledge. Because of his interest in the history of the book, Dr. Wilding might take us to the Aldine edition of Aristotle, printed in the 15th century. He might ask us to ponder the mystery of this 1545 edition of Sacrobosco, from which pages have been torn out. We can see their remnants in the gutter. At a nearby activity station, he might lead us through an origami exercise in descriptive bibliography to learn the anatomy of early printed books. In Galileo Engineer, Dr. Wilding would have us look closely at the Compasso, the manual for Galileo's engineering compass. Note how crisply the metal type has cut into the paper. This is likely the first copy off the printing press. It contains Galileo's handwriting in the form of corrections that were adopted in all other known copies. Then Dr. Wilding would surely take us back to view the Starry Messenger at the Fred Jones. As already mentioned, this book is the first published report of observations made with a telescope. It made Galileo an international celebrity overnight. You can see that Galileo inscribed the Oklahoma copy, as shown here. It was a gift to a poet in the Medici court. But in 2012, Wilding was able to prove that a special copy of the Sidereus Nuncius, which contained ink drawings of the moon, purportedly from Galileo's own hand, was actually a forgery. Dr. Wilding was not persuaded by an international team of experts who had just published 2 authoritative monographs authenticating the copy based on scientific and forensic evidence. Like Inspector Columbo, Dr. Wilding turned everything upside down and was eventually proven correct. So this captivating story is now told in his new book, Faussaire des Lunes. He will share that story with us in his talk today, Forging the Moon. I don't know about you, but I would like to go on every one of these imaginary tours. And that is just what we are going to do in the rest of our time today. We have the opportunity to listen to to leaders in their field, some of the best guides to Galileo's world on the planet. So let's welcome our speakers to the Galileo's World Symposium. And before we take a 5-minute break, if you have a general question about Galileo's world, I could take 1 or 2 at this time. Is there a microphone? Oh, the microphone will come, but is there a general question about Galileo's world? Okay, we will have an opportunity for just a few questions after each speaker, and then if you don't have your question answered then, excuse me, there will be a panel discussion at the end of the day where there will be more opportunity. All right, so we will, there's a 10-minute break, come back at 10 o'clock. We'll begin with the first speaker, Paolo Galuzzi. Thank you.
Okay?
Oh, I can't talk for long, so it's just great I got through it. Find a seat, we'll go ahead and get started with the next speaker. Our first speaker for the morning is Professor Paolo Galuzzi. He's been director of the Museo Galileo in Florence since 1982. The Museo Galileo is one of the foremost international institutions in the history of science, the leading research center for Galileo studies in the world, and our chief international partner in the Galileo's World exhibition. Professor Galuzzi currently chairs the National Edition of Galileo's works and the National Edition of the works of Leonardo da Vinci. Professor Galuzzi is a member of the Accademia dei Lincei. Among Professor Galuzzi's many publications are Renaissance Engineers from Brunelleschi to Leonardo da Vinci, and recent volumes in the National Edition of Galileo's works and of Leonardo's works. A current search of the Museo Galileo catalog reveals 247 publications, authored or co-authored by Professor Galuzzi. So I'm particularly excited for today's presentation on the new Galileoteca digital library, a research tool that will transform scholarship in the history of science for this period. It is an honor to welcome Professor Galuzzi to Oklahoma for the Galileo's World Symposium.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary, for your most warm welcome. It's fine now, I think. Can you hear me? Yeah. I see. Is that the problem? Yeah. Good. No. Well, it's a privilege to be here, and I would like, first of all, to express my deepest personal appreciation, and that of the Museo Galileo in Florence, for the important events that have been organized by the University of Oklahoma to spread the knowledge of fundamental aspects of Galileo's works and to promote research on his intellectual legacy. In tune with the spirit of these initiatives, I have chosen to focus my presentation on the Galileoteca, an ambitious digital project recently completed by the Museo Galileo. The results of many years of intense work on the part of a qualified team of technicians and scholars, Galileoteca fully shares the spirit and purpose of the Galileo's World exhibition organized by the University of Oklahoma. My presentation coincides with the publication on the web of the Galileoteca. Let me show you if I can. No, it's not possible. Okay. Today, for the first time, on 25th of February, you can access the Galileoteca just connecting to the website of the Museo Galileo. That is the www.museogalileo.it. Galileoteca brings together an enormous mass of fully integrated digital resources bearing on the life, research activity, writings, and posthumous fortune of the great Tuscan scientist. This meta-library, meta-archive, and meta-museum is far richer in resources and ways of accessing data than any library, archive, or museum in the real world. It is a structure that is permanently accessible, without time limits, without closure for holidays or lack of personnel. In this library, no one has to wait because another user has previously asked to consult the resource in which he or she is interested. In the Galileoteca, there are no buildings nor walls that separate books from manuscripts, books and manuscripts from archival documents, books, manuscripts, and archival documents from drawings, paintings, medals, places, events, biographical and bibliographical records, scientific instruments, as well as digitally born objects. Users of the Galileoteca can explore its gigantic repertories with a variety of search modalities, depending on their personal requirements, by place, date, name, word, or keyword. Galileoteca is designed as an innovative research environment, a virtual meeting place and a forum for debate and collaboration for the international community of Galileo scholars. Its structure offers a model that can be followed to construct analogous research facilities in a vast number of different cases: documentation relating to the lives and literary production of major authors, like the Galileo case, integration of resources connected with intellectual movements, art or science collections, and so on. Galileoteca has a wiki spirit, a choice made in the awareness of the decisive contribution that competent users can make to the improvement and continuous implementation of its archives. It permits interaction with content. This means that users are encouraged to become content provider. Registered users can add comments, propose corrections, or make suggestions regarding the documents consulted. In future developments of these applications, users will be also able to publish on the site with a guarantee that identity and authenticity will be protected and that resources will remain accessible on a stable basis. The moment has come to unveil the Galileoteca, to show you its structure and functioning. The 9 hexagon, let's go to the slides, that are the structure of the home page correspond to as many archives which can be explored vertically or horizontally. Let's have a quick tour of this structure. You have a manuscript and documents archive, which is containing the whole collection of authentic orthograph or copied documents of Galileo, a chronology with at least more than 4,000 events in the life of Galileo. Each one of these events is connected to the document that testify it. You have about, excuse me, you have in biographies about 1,600 biographies of people that in different ways have been connected to the biography of Galileo. You have a bibliography of Galilean studies, which is listing over 21,000 works from the end of the 15th century to the 16th century up to today. You have the full list of the books owned by Galileo, each of which are accessible directly. You can consult them on your screen. You have a terrific instrument to access transversal information, which is 42,000 ways of entering the information stored into the Galileoteca. You have a virtual museum of which presents all the instruments and the working of the instrument conceived or invented by Galileo. You have a list of about 1,500 places that have to do with the biography of Galileo. Then you have a full iconography, and you have also in yellow the basic resource of this structure, which is the full text by Galileo, correspondence, and the lexicon to be able to make a search through lemma or forms through the entire collection of Galileo's works and correspondence and documents. Finally, it's possible to launch integrated search through any 2, 3, 4, all the archives. In order, that is a horizontal way of searching through the resource. Galileoteca is by definition a never-ending project in the sense that it will never reach completion. This is due to the continuous progress of studies that generate new data. It's enough to think of the bibliographical records that every day got something new, or that highlight new connections between data. Before offering you an inevitably brief exploration of the Galileoteca, I must disclose the second circumstance that led me to choose today, 25th February, to publish this resource on the web. Anyone familiar with the biography of Galileo will know that it is not a day like any other. Exactly 4 centuries ago, on 25th February 1616, on the explicit instruction of Pope Paul V, the Congregation of the Holy Office in Rome declared Copernican doctrine not only erroneous, but also formally contrary to the assertion of the Holy Scripture, and therefore heretical. It was consequently decided to prohibit the thesis of the central position of the Sun in the universe as philosophically absurd and formally heretical. The mobility of the Earth was treated slightly less severely. While qualified as philosophically absurd, it was simply suspected of heresy. When that decision was made, Galileo had been in Rome for more than 2 months. He had undertaken a tiring journey from Florence in the desperate attempt to convince the Church not to pronounce the sentence of prohibition on Copernican doctrine. Galileo had enthusiastically defended Copernicus' conception in printed and manuscript works, showing how the sensational celestial discoveries, thanks to the telescope, had provided tangible evidence of the truth of the Polish astronomer's conception of the universe. This is not the occasion, nor I would have the time, to offer you a detailed reconstruction of the events that took place in Rome during those dramatic weeks of the winter of 1616, 4 centuries ago. I will limit myself to recalling that on 25th February, Cardinal Giovanni Garzia Millini informed the fathers of the Congregation of the Holy Office that after examination by a commission of theologians of the thesis of the centrality of the Sun and the motions of the Earth, the Pope had directed Cardinal Bellarmino to summon Galileo and to admonish him to abandon the pernicious and damnable Copernican system. The Cardinal gave precise instructions on the procedures to be followed to implement the decision of the supreme head of the Church. If, after being admonished, Galileo showed himself willing to abandon the erroneous Copernican visions, no further action would be required. If, on the other hand, he resisted or tried to defend those doctrines, the commissary of the Holy Office was to formally notify him of the injunction of the congregation to neither hold, nor teach, nor defend the Copernican doctrine in any way. If not even the formal notification of the injunction convinced Galileo to submit, he would have to be imprisoned. The resolution of the Congregation of the Holy Office was put into effect the following day, the 26th February. In an uncommonly discreet manner, Galileo was famous throughout Europe as a scientist. Moreover, the official mathematician and philosopher of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, he was a protege of a Christian prince descended from a noble family, the Medici, who had produced 2 popes and numerous cardinals. Finally, his arrival in Rome had been preceded by warm letter of recommendation from his patrons to influential cardinals. Taking into consideration his special status, it was decided not to attract too much publicity to an injunction that threatened to damage not only Galileo's reputation, but also that of his authoritative patrons. For this reason, he was summoned not to the seat of the Congregation of the Holy Office, but to the private house of Cardinal Bellarmino. The minutes of that meeting, preserved in the Vatican Secret Archive, enabled a reconstruction of the course of the event that day. Bellarmine admonished Galileo. Immediately afterwards, the commissary of the Holy Office notified him of the injunction not to hold, teach, or defend the Copernican doctrine in any way. He specified if the Tuscan scientist did not submit, he would be subjected to a formal inquisition by the Holy Office. The same document states that Galileo acquiesced. The next day, 27 February, Bellarmine reported to the congregation that he had carried out his orders and that Galileo had submitted. It is noteworthy that the cardinal made no mention of the formal notification of the injunction by the commissary of the Holy Office, even though the commissary was present at that meeting. This apparent contradiction, and above all the fact that the document of the 26th February containing the text of the admonition and of the injunction is not signed either by Galileo or the commissary, has led many scholars to consider it a fake that was put together in the course of the 1633 trial of Galileo to demonstrate that the accused was a repeat offender, as he had already been formally admonished to abandon the Copernican doctrine on a previous occasion. A few days later, on 5th March, the Congregation of the Index of Prohibited Books published a decree which was circulated within the Catholic world, prohibiting as heretical two different types of publications. The first of these was a series of texts by Protestant authors severely criticizing the Church of Rome and the Pope. The second consisted of 3 books that claimed the truth of the pernicious and heretical doctrine of Copernicus. In reality, only one of these 3 books was formally prohibited. This was the letter on the opinion of the Pythagoreans by Paolo Antonio Foscarini, is on display in this beautiful exhibition, published in 1615. In that book, the Carmelite friar had tried to show that when Holy Scripture was interpreted correctly, it did not contradict heliocentrism. On the other hand, the commentary of Job by Diego de Giudica and another work, the one that had given rise to the scandal, the De Evolutionibus by Copernicus, were just suspended until measures were taken to expunge the passages in which the central position of the sun in the universe and the motions of the earth were defended. As a token of respect for his influential patrons, the decree published on 5th March did not mention the name of Galileo. The consequence of an affair in which Galileo was the central mover were thus paid by 2 others who had died long before, like Diego de Giudica and Copernicus, and the poor Calabrian friar who had tackled those delicate problems motivated by a sincere religious spirit. The episodes I have mentioned are only the concluding ones of a complex sequence of events. They have given rise to heated debates that have still not died down. In order to evaluate those events with the objectivity required of an historian, it is necessary to repeatedly consult a vast documentation. Galileo's texts in defense of the Copernican conceptions, as well as those of the numerous authors who opposed him or subscribed to his arguments. That is, to consult manuscripts, letters, archival documents, plus the enormous historical literature on those episodes. It is a long and complex task, even for someone working on the privileged premises of the University of Oklahoma with its exceptional bibliographical resources. I'm confident that Galileoteca will effectively contribute to overcoming these challenges. To give you a tangible example, I shall propose a virtual tour through some of the documents that have to be consulted in order to reconstruct the scenario, the protagonist, the dynamics, and events of that momentous clash involving the structure of the universe, the authority of the Holy Scripture, and the freedom of thought that took place in the second decade of the 17th century in the setting of Counter-Reformation Rome. It is a way, one of the multiple ways, of showing you the services that Galileoteca makes available to the international community of Galileo scholars. To respect the time span assigned to my presentation, I will use a PowerPoint, but you are free to browse the Galileoteca with your mobile devices by accessing the homepage of the Museo Galileo in Florence. I repeat, www.museogalileo.it. I will start with the virtual museum because all the scandal was started by the telescope and by the celestial novelties that the telescope revealed in the heavens, in the sky. This is the interface of what you will be very alive, different way of consulting it on the web. That is a virtual space where in 3 different rooms have been collected images of the objects invented by Galileo when he was in Padua and Venice, later on when he came back to Florence, and finally in the 18th century when the first Galileo Museum was conceived. We will stay within one of these rooms, which is the Florentine one, the beginning of our story, and then is the third one, the 18th century museum that was built, and then we go into the telescope. If you use your finger or your mouse and you go into the object itself, you enter an information about the telescope, which is on the right column, also giving you links to a lot of different information about the maker, about people related, the history of telescope, the related objects in the collection, all the institutions that have to do with that. Also animations very similar to the one that you have on show here. And you can also have, of course, blow up images. And going in this sequence, we will move to iconography, still keeping in mind that we are trying to focus on data and documents that are related to the 4 centuries ago event of the 25th of February. So if you go into iconography, you will have the drop-down menus that allow you to filter in a very refined way all the information stored in this specific archive, and you can have a drop-down menu, and you select to filter through all the images that has to do with the Copernican system, and then you get a reply. You have a few of them. You select one of these answers, and you go into detail that describe you, in this case, William Marshall, in the front page of a Copernican system, and then you can go and enlarge. You have many functions that the PowerPoint does not permit to show to you, but if you go directly on the website, you will see them. Then we can move to a different archive, which is the powerful research tool, the index name and subject. Repeat, is 42,000 different way of accessing the data stored in the old archives. And you can go into selecting, for instance, Josué in Italian, because Joshua, the book of Joshua in the Old Testament has been one of the hot debate about the interpretation of the request by Joshua to God to stop the sun in order that he could put an end to the war against the enemies of Israel, winning the battle. And this is one of the hot topic of that discussion in 1616. If God stopped the sun, this means that the sun was moving, and so that Copernicus was wrong, and so that saying the contrary would be heretical because was contradicting something that the Holy Scripture was stating very clearly. And this is subtopics on the central column. and that you have many options to see different aspects of this controversy. And then finally, on the right, you have the documents that have to do with this kind of query. And you can open each of them very easily. You go at direct sources, both manuscript and printed. Then if you go to manuscripts archive, you have the very refined system of drop-down menus to filter your research. You can go by shelf mark, you can go by person, you can go by sender or addressee. If it's a letter, the document, you go by place, by type of document, and many other ways of filtering the huge repositories. And then if you select Niccolò Lorini, why Niccolò Lorini? Because the first denunciation came from this Dominican friar in 1612, who denounced from the San Marco Church the Galileans, the follower of Galileo, as potentially heretical because they were saying things contrary to what this Holy Scripture was stating. And so if you go into, you have these documents, you can go into the digital or printed version of his letter to Galileo, in which he will try to justify to Galileo, who was very much, of course, hotly replied to this accusation, and he was trying to defend himself. It's a very interesting document because you see that in that, what is enlightened there is that opinion of that certain Hypernicus. Lorini doesn't even know the name of the person he was denouncing. He changed his name from Copernicus to Hypernicus, just to give an idea how approximate was the approach. And then you can go, of course, into the printed version. The same, what is underlined here is the same part of the manuscript, of course. Then if we move, I'm sorry, we're going fast. Another of the very early opponents to Galileo that were suggesting that it was not simply wrong, philosophically wrong, the opinion of Copernicus, but was especially dangerous for the faith, was Ludovico delle Colombe, who wrote a treatise against the motion of the earth that you can see in Galileo. This is the description, and you have many links in this page that you can go. And this is very interesting. You see, you pointed on the right to the feedback, just to show what I was mentioning before, that users can become content provider, opening a window in which they can store their name, date, and their comment. They can say, this is wrong, I suggest a different reading, any comment that would be appropriate to implement the data, and this will be maintained in the system, and the follower the user coming afterwards will be able to read both the provided information plus the observation on the part of the users. This is a very important thing because this will grow the archive and will make a kind of community tool. Then you have the description, and you go into digital library, and you, of course, can read both the original of this treatise and the enlargement of the marginal note that Galileo himself was doing, reading this text with great care, of course. If we go into chronology, so we are making now a very quick exploration. It would take so much time to show everything. And if you select exactly, you see in the drop-down menu, I have selected a name, Lorini, the same name, and I have made a search. I have got 7 results. I select one of those results, and this is very important for the story I was mentioning before, because it's a document of the 7th of February of 1616, which is the formal denunciation by this Dominican friar of Galileo to the Inquisition. It's at the beginning of the so-called first trial of Galileo. And of course, as in all other cases, you can go into the document, you can read it, both in manuscripts and printed form. And if we move now to Places Archive, you will see that the Places Archive can be organized into 3 different modes of access. You can go either by tree, which is a classified hierarchical order. That means that if I open Florence, I will have all the churches of Florence below, and I will not be able to search Santa Maria Novella, one church directly. Or you can go into a list. In this case, you can make a query of Santa Maria Novella directly, or one of the Church of Florence, or you can go through map, and that's, you can visualize in the map the place you want to consult. So if I go to the map, I will see that I was looking for the convent of San Marco in Florence, where Lorini was a Dominican friar, and was in that very convent that the first denunciation of Galileo as potentially heretical author was made in 1612. And then you can go into a gallery and see, if you are not familiar with Florence, with the San Marco, you have a gallery of images about the Church of San Marco in Florence, and you have a possibility of selecting one of these images, and you see the facade of the church, which is very different from today, of course, at the time of Galileo, and is also evoking the burial of Saint Cosmas and Damianus. And finally, you can go into details of the same problem. You will have a text in which all the connections of this document with the other archives is highlighted. You see I've selected the Caccini, Tommaso, another Dominican, the one that was very important, prominent figure in denouncing Galileo to the Inquisition. And you can read a biography of him, or you can go into you see, you cross from archives horizontally from one to the other. And you can go into Caccini, and you have in this index all the subtopics, many subtopics, because he's a major figure. And then you have all the list of documents that are related to Caccini and to the subtopics of the Caccini that I have selected. And you can go into any of them and read them. And you can also read the biography of Caccini. There are 1600 biographies stored in this system. And then you can go again, select the denunciation that Caccini made from the pulpit of another Dominican church in Florence, Santa Maria Novella, a very important and beautiful church, of course, and the reply that he get from being called to Rome after the denunciation to make a formal denunciation at the Holy Office of Galileos and Copernicus. You see, this is the document, is the minutes of the Inquisition, of the deposition of Caccini to the Holy Office. I compare it. He appeared in person in Roma in the palace of the Holy Office, and he starts his record of his deposition against Galileo, in which he considered Galileo an heretical and a dangerous person for the faith. And then we can go to integrated search, because we have been exploring in a transversal way many of the archives, but there is also a modality to go through, making queries that go through the 10 archives horizontally, and you get results immediately for all of them. So if I go here, I can select, you see, any of these, all of them, 2 of them, 3 of them. In this case, I show the working when you select the chronology and documents archive, still keeping in mind that we are following the path of a 1616 event that I was evoking before. And so I have make a filter here for date, and the filter is exactly 25th February, 4 centuries ago, 26th of May, the same year, which is the time span in which this affair, the first trial of Galileo, developed. The 25th we have seen before is the day in which the congregation decided that Copernicus had to be prohibited. The May date is the date in which Cardinal Bellarmine gave to Galileo, upon his request, a certificate in which he was stating that Galileo was not formally condemned, nor that he had abjured, because his enemy were spreading news that Galileo had been formally condemned and he had abjured. And so Bellarmino released this certification to save the reputation of Galileo. If I make a query with this filter, I get in the chronology archive 25 results, and I get 4 results in the documents, and they are immediately listed below, and I can select any of these documents, as you have now become familiar, can go into into the minutes of the meeting of the Congregation of the Holy Office on the 25th of February, exactly 4 centuries ago, in which the decision was taken to prohibit Copernicus and to admonish Galileo. And so we can also look at the minutes of the moment in which, in the private mansion of Cardinal Bellarmino, Galileo was called upon and was formally admonished to abandon the Copernican idea. And you have the minutes in printed form and also in manuscript form. I think that this gives an idea of how, following a certain research project, you can use the resources stored in this tool and to have information that no library in the world can provide altogether, and will have so quick and will be from your desktop whenever you are, also in the train, or maybe whenever you have an access to the web. And finally, we have a still more document, which is the certification, which is the published decision, the decree published in 5th of March 1616 that announced to the world that Copernican system was prohibited by the church, was heretical, although, as I mentioned before, for the reason I explained, Galileo was not mentioned in this. And we can also go to the document that is the certification on the part of Bellarmino that Galileo had not been obliged to abjure and was not even condemned, and this is the document that I was mentioning before. So I think that you can go also in the Galilean bibliography with such an enormous amount of information. You can make a query through Inquisition, which is appropriate for the topic we are working on. You can get a very large number of answers, and because it's a very hot topic, Inquisition in the Galileo literature, then you can order that in different way. This way is by chronology, or in chronological order. You can select Areopagitica by Milton, and you can read the Areopagitica page by page, enlarging, downloading a PDF, or whatever you want to do. And finally, we go into the hub of all these system of information, which is text, correspondence, and lexicon. We will select, to be quick, just correspondence. We will see that you have a possibility of filtering by sender, per addressee, by date, the period of time. You have also language. You want just Latin or Italian letters. And you can sort in different ways, by date, by alphabetic order, and so on. So if I make a search, in this case, selecting a time span, which is the same we have been using, 25th of February, to the publication of the decree on the 5th of March, we will have 3 results, and we can also use a map assess showing you the relation between the change of correspondence around the country, in this case Europe in other cases, and so you have a visualization of the traffic of letters in the period. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you will enjoy using the Galileoteca. Please be free to send comments.
Can you stay for a couple of questions?
Oh, now,
This is an exciting day when a tool for research is unveiled that sets scholarship on a new footing. So we are very grateful for your unveiling of Galileoteca here. There's time for several questions.
Yes, I had a question about the event of Galileo. It's often a story that's repeated that as he was leaving and he had agreed with the authorities to stop and to admit that the earth is fixed, and yes, I agree, okay. But that on his way out that he said, and yet it still moves. Is this just a story, or did that actually happen? Or
Well,
do you-
the story was told in many different ways, but the substance is that Galileo did not accept that act. He could not formally refuse to say yes, because this was extremely risky. As I read the letter, the decision taken on 25th of February, there were 3 degrees. Admonish, and that's all. In formal injunction, if he would not have accepted the admonition, prison. And prison means risky in those days. I mean, it's only 16 years before, for a different reason, that Giordano Bruno was at a very serious end. So Galileo was not ready to be a martyr. He wanted to go ahead with his research. So he accepted, being confident that he would have been able later on to convince that his ideas were strong and the church would have changed idea. And this is what happened when he came back to Rome with the new Pope, Urban VIII, in 1624, being confident that being in good terms with the new Pope, he could have finally convinced him to revoke this edict and leave free research for Copernicus. But he never accepted, and he will make the game of the dialogo later on, in which it's obvious that he was defending Copernicus' system. He was taking the risk. He was convinced that it's something he had to do, and he was so much confident that the reasons he had in his hands were strong that he was sure at the end he would have convinced the enemies.
Thank you for a really interesting talk. I just have a very brief sort of technical question. As you were doing the searches and showing us this marvelous tool of yours, it occurred to me that although the terms of the website itself was localized to show English, of course, a lot of the documents were in Italian or Latin and would be difficult to search.
Sure.
One of the things that stood out to me, in fact, was when you were searching for, the book of Joshua, or the question of Joshua. The Italian word for Joshua was used. I would never have thought of that.
Yeah,
So
I see. I understand.
Is there an English lexicon or an English index for certain kinds of things, like places and people and so forth?
Would be much better, and possibly it would be better if you have not only English but even other languages,
Yes,
of course.
of course.
But you must imagine the mass of data that are stored in this application. I mean, just to think of the works of Galileo are 21 in-folio volumes, and or now with an additional new 4 volumes of integration, and a very difficult text to be translated into modern languages for many reasons, of course. It's an ancient literature masterpiece, so far beyond our efforts. But the interaction of users permits you, anyone, to say, I have a translation of this document in English. I can publish that with my name and a date. And certainly we can do something more with the entry data, that is the list of names or things like that. But that is complicated too, because you need to create an authority, multilingual authority, that would take lots of time. So I do not exclude that we can go on. The Galileoteca will stay there hopefully for decades, will be implemented, changed, and we very much rely on users. Users will be crucial, both for making observation like the one that you have made, and we were aware of that limit, of course, if you call that a limit. But at the same time, we believe that for scholars who work on Galileo would be compulsive to know Italian. A good scholar on Galileo cannot be unable to read Italian, to read Galileo's Italian, which is not the same that reading a contemporary author. So at the moment we have reached the stage which is, I think, a pretty important stage, we will look if we have the effort, or anybody can have the effort to make more available text. And consider many of the texts by Galileo, the important ones, are already translated into English, some in more than one edition. Problem is that are copyrighted documents, and we cannot publish on an open access platform as is the Galileoteca. It's free for all. There is no limit. And of course, if I make a Stillman Drake translation of the Discorsi or other translation, I have to have approval by the publisher that owns the copyright or the authors.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
C'è.
Your last point that you made about copyright was my question, so I think I'd follow up. How did you get the permessi to publish all of these individual documents, and does that portend a future where, at least they're not all Italian institutions, but many of them are,
Sure.
there'll be more open access? Because it's, from what I can see and what I can imagine, that must have been a years-long difficult process of individual accords with many different archivi, biblioteche, and even nation states, if we think of the Vatican. So do you think that more Italian institutions will be allowing this kind of open access to documents in their archives for projects like these? Or so have you built some bridges that might
I hope so,
lead
of course.
to other kinds of projects? I know my colleague Elsa Filosa saw your presentation at Itati last week, and she immediately wrote to me, let's do this for Boccaccio. So the question is, are there now roads that other scholars can travel that don't have to do with Galileo to bringing resources together in such an open platform?
Sure. This is something I'm confident will happen, because the power of these tools is so strong that if you are out, really out, because people will use these kind of tools. And if you are not in, you're out. That means that you are not visible anymore. Plus, at the moment, the national edition of Galileo's works was produced between 1890 and 1909, so it's free. We are lucky. Second, many of the information stored there has been produced by us. We have agreement with the National Library in Florence that has granted us permission to publish and with the Archive of State in Florence, and we are negotiating with the Secret Archive and the Vatican Institution to see if we can import all the data, of course, giving the due credit to, and being clearly that low resolution, good resolution to read, impossible to be used for high quality printing, which is enough for scholars in many cases, of course. So this is a problem that has to do with the general question of open access and with the way in which institutions are more conservative and they don't want to leave their property, or others are more open. But at the moment, what is there, I must confess, there is a fake that we have done in this demonstration. The document of the Secret Archive is not in our possession. I put it that, making a picture from a book, just because was important for the kind of presentation I was doing, but will not be accessible on the web because it's not in our property. But you will have the transcription, printed transcription of that. But this is a very important problem, not only for the Galileoteca, for all these kind of endeavors.
Open access does provide a new foundation for scholarship. I hope we'll return to questions related to that in the panel discussion later this afternoon.
Okay.
For now, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you. What do you think? Huh?
Hello.
Put it there and let.
Is that okay?
I don't think it's.
Hello? No?
Yeah, I
Needs-
don't think it's direct enough.
So, let me just turn it off while this is on. Is that mic on as well? Or-
Not yet.
Okay.
I want to get you situated.
Testing, 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 testing.
It's better.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good?
Yeah, is it possible to dim these lights a bit?
Well, we're going to knock it back down
Oh,
the
you do?
lecture.
Okay.
As soon as Carrie introduces you, then we'll knock it back down, okay? Okay. All right, you're welcome.
Our next speaker is Dr. Nick Wilding. Dr. Nick Wilding is a historian of science. We have just a stellar lineup of speakers. It's amazing. So now we go to Dr. Nick Wilding, a historian of science with a special interest in history of the book. He has held fellowships at the Medici Archive Project, Stanford, Cambridge, Columbia, the American Academy in Rome, and the Rare Book School. Dr. Wilding has recently published a study of the real person that lies behind the character of Segredo in Galileo's own Dialogo. In 2012, Wilding was able to prove that a special copy of the Sidereus Nuncius, the Starry Messenger of Galileo Galilei, which contained ink drawings of the moon, was actually a forgery. Dr. Wilding was not persuaded by a team of international experts, a dozen distinguished international experts who had just published 2 authoritative monographs authenticating the copy based on scientific study and forensic evidence. So this captivating story is now told in Dr. Wilding's latest book, Faussaire de Lune. He will share that story with us now in a talk entitled Forging the Moon. Now this story is more than a whodunit. It is that. And we can appreciate it as a mystery story, but at its heart, the meaning is far more profound. It is a story about the responsibility of a university to preserve the reliability of our data, our primary sources, on which all knowledge creation depends. So let's welcome Dr. Nick Wilding to the Galileo's World Symposium.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Oh, that's better. I'll do that a bit. Thank you very much for inviting me and for coming along today. I like to pace a bit. I'll come into the light a bit, unless that's going to give feedback. The story I'm going to tell today is a kind of blow-by-blow account of this process of authentication and then de-authentication of a single copy of Galileo's Sidereus Nuncius. But as you'll see towards the end, it's not just a single forgery we're dealing with. This is part of a story of maybe 24 forged books that are on the market. And it's probably a precursor to waves and waves of future forgeries. So it's quite a serious scenario. The art history world has been dealing with this for decades, or centuries, but rare book forgery hasn't been that prevalent, but I think we're about to be inundated. So we need to work out what the best tools are to spot these kinds of objects. So, in 2005, a copy of Galileo's Sidereus Nuncius, this groundbreaking, cosmos-changing work, first published in Venice in 1610, arrived in the international book market. What made it special was that, do I have a laser? Well, it doesn't matter. There's a library stamp on that features twice in the book, and it's Prince Cesa's library. So the book had really good provenance. Galileo's patron owned this book. It also has an inscription at the bottom saying Io Galileo Galilei F, which means I, Galileo Galilei, did this or made this. This is how Renaissance artists used to sign themselves off. And most important, the work had, whereas about 24 of the original 550 copies that were printed of the Sidereus Nuncius failed to go through the press. So most copies, almost all copies, have these etchings of the moon in them. 24 copies, we know from Galileo's correspondence, didn't go through the press a second time or through a different press. You print type and woodcuts on one press, but etchings have to go through a higher pressure press. So some copies didn't go through the press a second time and had blanks there. This one copy that appeared in 2005 had watercolors in their places. And they're quite pretty watercolors. They're like lovely sepia photographs from the Baroque era. And they have a very interesting relationship to the printed images. In 2007, the German art historian Horst Bredekamp, probably the most famous art historian in Europe for early modern art and early modern art and science, incorporated this new copy as the centerpiece to his study of the role of artistic thinking in the scientific enterprise. His book Galileo de Künstler. And then in 2012, Bredekamp assembled a team of paper experts, binding experts, early print experts, in order to do a really thorough study of this unique copy of Galileo Siderius Nuncius. And they published a 2-volume study called Galileo's O. Volume 1 was almost exclusively devoted to the single copy. Volume 2 by Paul Needham, the Princeton Scheide librarian, probably the greatest living bibliographer, an expert mainly on Gutenberg, was a really exhaustive study of the printing, the writing and the printing of the Siderius Nuncius. And we know more now about the Siderius Nuncius probably than we do of any other printed book, apart from maybe the Gutenberg Bible or maybe the first folio of Shakespeare. The main arguments that Bredekamp's team put forward in Galileo's O are the following. First, that this is Galileo's autograph proof copy. Now that is a very strange term to invoke for a 17th century book, a proof copy, because for those of you not familiar with 17th century printing, these books are made out of, you get lots of little bits of metal with letter impressions on them, you compose them line by line, you assemble those lines one after another, you lock this into what's called a form, and then you put ink on it, put some paper, press some paper down, and you have a printed sheet. In the case of Galileo's book, which is a quarto, you have 4 pages printed on either side of the sheet, so 8 pages of text, and then you fold it in the right way, you cut along the edges, and you've got 8 pages of text. You do that for your first 8 pages, then you do it for your second 8 pages, and then your next 8 pages, and you work your way through the book. Maybe you have 2 presses going and 2 compositors working. What you don't have, even for a short book like Galileo Siderius Nuncius, is enough type to have... thank you. There we go. What you never have is enough type to have the entire book set up in standing type at one time. Right? So you're printing off your 550 copies of pages 1 to 8, and then you're printing up your 550 copies of pages 9 to 16, etc., etc. And you're taking apart your type and reusing it. So the idea of a proof copy implies that you print the entire book once, and then you check it, and then you make corrections, and then you print everything off, which is what we would do nowadays. But that never happens in the 17th century. Proof copies don't really exist in the 17th century. So this is a kind of slight anachronism as a claim. It would have to be a very weird print shop that would take the first printing of each of these sheets and retain them and assemble them into a single physical object rather than just discard them. The next claim that Bredekamp's team made was that the inscription on the book was in Galileo's hand and authentic. We'll go through and analyze each of these one by one. That the Chesi library stamp was authentic. Sorry, they didn't say that twice I did. They did notice, Paul Needham noticed that the paper, which was watermarked, was extremely similar to the normal paper stock of Galileo Siderius Nuncius, but it wasn't quite the same. There was a slight difference. But Needham said, this just means that maybe this was a different batch of paper. It's slightly inferior quality and the watermark's a little different, No real problem there. And the book is bound not on its own, but along with other Galileo texts, which date from 1656. Needham identified the tooling of the binding and said that this binding came from the Sorrasini family, who worked in Rome in the 1630s and 40s, which made a book, this binding being around the 1656 book, a bit of a stretch, but maybe the tools had carried on being used for another decade or so. And that there was no evidence of any tampering. The Siderius Nuncius hadn't, it seemed, nothing had been ripped out and put back in. The book had been like that since it was first bound, Needham said. Needham also noticed, I think for the first time, that there are textual variants within the print run of Siderius Nuncius, and that most of these are, or all of these, are present in this copy. Well, I'm going to call this copy SNML because the person who bought this, the company that bought this, is ML, Martian Lan. So Siderius Nuncius, Martian Lan, SNML. And Needham noticed that there were a series of typographic errors in SNML, which were later rectified in the print run, which was one of the reasons why he thought that this was a proof copy. Bredekamp argued, and this is the really kind of interesting claim, that those watercolor pictures are not just copies of the etchings, that this was one of the blank copies that somebody later got hold of and drew in the moon because it was lacking. But, he argued, using stylistic analysis, these were actually the basis for those etchings. So in his scenario, Galileo had a blank, one of the blank sheets, or the type was printed but the blank space was there, and then to instruct the etching artist, he painted in himself what he saw through the telescope and then handed that over, and then the etchings were made on the basis of those drawings. So these epistemologically change everything. This is the first view through the telescope of the moon by Galileo. This is where the scientific revolution happens, in these drawings, in this copy. And that's why it was valued at $10 million. Immediately, the Harvard historian of astronomy, Owen Gingrich, pointed out that that scenario couldn't work. He said that the lunar illustrations cannot date from the proposed period because the moon simply didn't look like that in the very small window we had between those sheets being printed and the etchings being done. We know almost to the day when each part of this book was printed. And Galileo couldn't have been looking at his telescope on that day because it wasn't, it just didn't look like that. So he thought that these drawings were probably applied later. They might still be in Galileo's hand, but they don't have this prime epistemological force behind them. And what was at stake here was this, this sheet that I'm sure you've all seen reproduced, or maybe actually in the flesh. This is a sheet of what Galileo saw through his telescope that's in the National Library in Florence. Bredekamp said this sheet doesn't matter anymore because we've got the actual observations. This sheet could have been done years later. It's of no relevance to the making of Siderius Nuncius. And Gingrich said, no, actually, this sheet has always been really, really important for us understanding what Galileo saw, and it still is. And just swiftly to show what Gingrich thought was weird about Bredekamp's reconstruction, he pointed out that in Martian Lan copy, the terminator line, so the line between light and dark on the moon, is angled. Whereas in the printed version, it's not. But on this sheet, it is angled. So to Gingrich, it was more likely that that was a copy of that than that being a copy of that. He just said there's no real reason to angle that terminator line there. But you could imagine somebody doing these drawings and finding that they had damp, maybe they had some damp watercolor somewhere, and they're turning the sheet round so that they don't get something, don't smudge another picture. whereas here it makes no real sense. So given that there was these doubts cast upon the authenticity or chronological, the dating of these drawings, I thought, well, what else stands up to real scrutiny about this copy? If this was a book that said, I, Galileo did this, and there was no it there to do, apart from just writing the book, then we'd better look really, really closely at everything about this book, starting with the most superficial evidence and then working our way kind of down materially into the strata of the book. So with a degree of unparalleled anality, I decided to do what really should have been done by this team. They were methodologically they went pretty fast and loose at times. If you say that this is a genuine Cesi stamp, the bare minimum, I think, as a historian, is to find other Cesi stamps and reproduce them next to it and say, look, it's the same. That never happened in Galileo's own. So I went and found examples of Cesi stamps, which had good provenance. Cesi's library was dispersed at his death, and Cesi books, a lot of them were sunk in a ship, but lots of them have ended up nowadays in the libraries of Bologna, Montpellier, the new Lincean Academy in Rome, and the Vatican. So I obtained samples of this Cesi stamp from all of those institutions, and what I found was that it always looked like this. And the thing that caught my eye was that in the inner border here, there's always a break. This would have been made out of wood, and the wood chipped off at some point, but it seemed to have chipped off very, very early. I couldn't find a single example of that line being intact. This isn't just poorly inked in this one example. Every single library stamp lacks that bit. And you'll notice, you don't have to have lynx eyes to notice, that the line is intact in the Martian Lan copy of Siderius Nuncius. So, and there are other things that are wrong. There's a ligature between the O and the T, which isn't visible there, but you can also see that that's quite poorly inked, whereas in almost all examples of the genuine stamp, it was applied very firmly and very clearly. Next up, so I thought, well, that provenance just doesn't cut it for me. What about the signature? If the book doesn't have Galileo's pictures and didn't belong to Cesi, what's the status of the signature? Well, you'll all have seen this one before. This is your copy. This is and it's genuine. This is the only dedicatory copy of the Siderius Nuncius currently known. And we know because the poet Chiabrera was in the process of writing nice Baroque-style fawning verse about what a great guy Galileo was. We know that the book was sent to Chiabrera probably in early 1610. So this is Galileo's signature in 1610, and I just don't think that looks anything like it. I mean, I'm not a trained handwriting expert, but the ways that, say, the capital G's move is just completely different. Paul Needham didn't notice that that the SNML signature is extremely similar to this Galileo signature, which we hope is genuine because this is his abjuration certificate from 1633. And if that was forged, then there's the biggest cover-up since JFK, or before JFK. And if you look at the national edition of Galileo's works, where this signature was reproduced, it had been reproduced in facsimile from the mid-19th century onwards, you'll see that the match is perfect. Somebody used this signature as a template, even down to the EO, with what I think was probably just a little blot on the paper they mistook as a cross line. And they got a bit worried about writing manu propria, so they just did an F, and they were kind of running out of ink there anyway. And what's more, you can see that there's you see the kind of scratch mark that's left in that F? Well, Bredicam said this shows the passioned young Galileo with the flourish of his quill. quills are really, really soft. If you write with a quill and the ink runs out, you don't scratch a mark into a piece of paper. You need a metal nib to leave a mark like that. That wasn't done with a quill. And metal pens don't really come into handwriting use for another century or so, so that's a little awkward. Now, at this stage of so I was writing a review of Galileo's O and thinking, I wrote a first draft where I said, brilliant, free book for me, and the world of scholarship now has this really important document. I then started to hear stories in the Italian press about a guy I'd heard rumors about before, the guy on your right, Massimo De Caro. Usually this picture's cropped, the priest is taken out of it, and it looks like he has 3 hands, one of them for stealing books. At this point, he was the director of this library. This is the Girolomini Library in Naples, founded in the 1580s. Wonderful, used to be wonderful, rich library. The story that was breaking in 2012 was that library workers, bless you, had noticed that books were going missing from the library. And one of them felt uncomfortable about the instruction he'd received from the director, Massimo De Caro, to turn off the security cameras at night. So he brilliantly just left them running and videotaped a feed, sent a feed out to the police, and caught on camera Massimo De Caro coming back to the library after hours, not because he was such a good worker, but to load up boxes and boxes of 15th and 16th and 17th century books into his van and remove them from the library. It turns out De Caro's now in jail, or he's not actually in jail, he's in his own house, in house imprisonment for 7 years for stealing 4,500 rare books from, which is actually really, really lenient. Think of the cultural patrimony damage. Only about 1,000 of those have actually been retrieved. That library will never get its books back. And he's now admitted to stealing from about 5 other libraries, including libraries in Florence. And he gets 7 years for that, and presumably has safety deposit boxes all over the place with books in. Anyway, so this story was breaking, and that made me wonder whether there was some kind of relationship between the De Caro story breaking and rumors that I'd been hearing, which I'll show you how they fit together very soon. I started trying to find out more about De Caro because he seemed like such a larger-than-life character, not in a good way. And I'd heard that he'd been suspected of stealing books for quite a while, and that also he'd done some pretty weird book deals, not necessarily involving theft, but just very unorthodox. And that lots of book dealers were very, very willing to talk to me about him because they resented him so much, mainly because of this deal. So on the 13th of February 2003, Massimo De Caro received from the Vatican Library this list of books on the left. In return, he gave them, there was no cash involved, but in return he gave them 13 books whose total value is no more than $100,000. Those are the crass terms we have to understand this exchange in. The Vatican got about $100,000 worth of books, and in exchange they gave away a copy of Galileo's Compasso. You have one of those. You have a beautiful one of those. There are maybe 20 copies of that known in the world. You could probably sell that tomorrow for $750,000. Barberini family's copy of Il Saggiatore, the Barberini, Pope Urban VIII's copy of the Dialogo, the Pope who condemned Galileo, his personal copy of the Dialogo, the Barberini copy of the Discorsi, and then just for good measure, the Hypnerotomachia Polyphily, which is the most beautiful book printed by Aldus Manutius. That's $1 million right there. And Lactantius's Opera, the first book printed in Italy. Total value there, to put it in crass terms, but that's where we're brought by this kind of person, is probably $4 to $5 million in exchange for $100,000. The Vatican denies that this exchange took place, but it did. I've seen some of these books. I know where they are. And if you ask for them in the Vatican now, shamefully, you're told that they're temporarily misplaced. Now, the first of those books, the Operazioni del Compasso, was microfilmed because it was part of the Cicognara collection, which was microfilmed in its entirety in the 1980s. So we actually have a picture of every page of that individual copy. And you'll notice that the title page of it has a Lincean stamp. This is a genuine one, photographed in the 1980s. And that Lincean stamp, I think, is really, really important because it provides a template for De Caro. He gets hold of this book in 2003. And then in 2005, two things start to happen. First, the market becomes flooded with books with Lincean stamps, which had hardly been on the market at all in the preceding 50 years. But there was a story about some Argentinian descendant of Cesi, completely implausible, who, because of the stock market crash in Argentina, or the currency crisis in Argentina in the 80s, was being forced to sell off this fabulous private library. And that this was, that all these Cesi books were coming out of Argentina. This, I think, was the basis for the forged stamps. And there are still books. I saw a book at the Library of Congress a couple of months ago that they're trying to return to the Italian dealers they bought it from, an Arabic Euclid. You have a lovely copy on display here that has fake Cesi stamps throughout it. There are probably 30 or 40 books going around with fake Cesi stamps. Genuine books, put the stamp in and you add $10,000 to the price. Not bad for a day's work. The other thing that happened in 2005 is that several copies of the Compasso, a rare book, 20-ish copies known, one copy comes up for sale maybe every decade. In 2005, 3 copies came onto the market of this book. And one private collector commissioned Owen Gingrich and the paper conservator at the Folger Library at the time, a guy called Frank Mowry, to look very closely. He bought the first copy that he was offered, because this is a chance in a lifetime. And then another one came along, and then another one came along, and he got very suspicious. So he asked these 2 experts to look very, very closely at these copies. And they found that not only were the watermarks wonky, but they also noticed, both of them, that on the dedicatory letter, there is this weird, weird typographical impossibility. If you're printing a book with pieces of metal, bits of type, there's no way that you can get this kind of lateral shift like that. The only way that you can produce a shift like that, you can see that there's no crease in the paper. Right? This is an uncreased piece of paper, but there's these 2 words have this kind of shearing going on there. Now, the only 2 ways I can think of getting that to happen are that you are photographing an original that kind of had got crumpled at that point and then got unfolded, and then you're printing from a photograph, or maybe while somebody is scanning, there's some kind of lateral movement of a scanner going on here, and then somebody bumps into the scanner, and there's a little kind of blip of information there that produces this artifact, and then you print from that. But neither of these can be produced using typeface in a 17th century print shop. So this was revealed to be a fake. Unfortunately, neither Mowry nor Gingrich were at liberty to publish their results. The private collector is very, very private and didn't want the larger world to know about it, although lots of book dealers heard this story. Unfortunately, Bredekamp and his team did not. I went looking for a control copy to see what the text should look like at that point. And I wrote to, in the Italian online catalogue, there were 2 libraries listed with copies of the 1606 Compasso. I wrote to the first one in Padua, and I said, could you just send me a picture of your of that page. I didn't explain why. And to my surprise, their copy also has this dogleg break. This was meant to be my test copy, my control copy to work out what was going on. So I thought, well, maybe there is some typographic impossibility that I just don't understand. So I asked where this book came from, and they said, well, interestingly, there was this guy, Massimo De Caro, who used to visit our library, and he discovered this copy in 2005. And by the way, at the same time, 13 incunables were stolen, worth over $1 million. So that's where our copy comes from. The librarian was a little suspicious about this weirdo who just wanted to look at these two words in his book. So he wrote to the other library, which had a compasso, Monte Cassino, 12th century library. They've had their copy since the 1890s at least. It turned out that their library copy also had the same dogleg break. We asked around there, and they said, oh, we had this guy, the last time anyone looked at this copy was this guy, Marino Massimo De Caro, who came in, and now that we look at it, our copy has super glue. Something's been ripped out, and this copy has been stuck in. This is a forgery that has replaced our genuine copy, which is now missing, and is still missing and unrecovered. At this point, I was getting not only curious, but quite angry. So I thought, well, okay, in 2005, these 3 copies of the Compasso have come onto the market. Could this, and they all seem to, when I asked dealers where they came from, after a little resistance, I found out that they all seem to lead back through various circuitous routes to this same guy, Massimo De Caro, who at the same time was falling from grace as the master thief of the Girolomini library thefts. I thought, could this have anything to do with the Sideris Nuncius, which also came on the market in 2005? I don't believe that the stamp is genuine. I don't believe that the signature is genuine. I don't believe that the pictures are genuine. If the Compasso is actually a forgery, could the whole of the Sideris Nuncius actually be a forgery? And to answer that question, I needed to put together in the right relationship a series of copies of the Sideris Nuncius. So the first, this hadn't been noticed before, but in 2005, another copy of the Sideris Nuncius was offered for sale by Sotheby's, New York. They described their copy as a curious hybrid, by which they meant that the type is all genuine, but where there are those moon etchings, their copy, they say, had been completed in facsimile. Now, no other copy is known to be in that state, but it's not impossible for a 19th century collector to have blanks there and think, I want my copy to look like the other copies, and to commission someone to print in facsimiles. That copy didn't sell because it was so weird, and it disappeared. But I did still have Sotheby's photos of the title page and a couple of other pages of that copy to work from. It turned out very indiscreetly, with the culture of confidentiality, somebody at Sotheby's told me where that copy came from, Massimo De Caro. Interesting, I thought. The other copies that I needed to put together was a genuine copy in Milan, in the Brera, a 1964 facsimile copy, and a copy that was also a genuine copy that was offered for sale also in 2005 by the French dealer Patrick Sourget, which has now disappeared. He claims the police have seized it, but I think he's probably lying. This is being recorded, right? Yeah. Okay. So I thought I had these title pages to work from, and I thought, if this thing is a forgery, there must be something that will reveal its forged status on any single page. And I happen to have, from the Sotheby's catalog, I have a pretty good picture of the title page. So let's just see whether a comparison of title pages can tell me something. And I locked myself in my basement and stared at these two images, the Sotheby's 2005 title page and the digital image of the SNML, until white smoke came out of my head. You got it, thank you. The first thing I noticed was that there was a curious little dot over the L of Galileo. And I thought, well, that's just an ink splodge. Print shops are messy places. But then, when I looked at the Sotheby's copy, I noticed that the same ink splodge was there, which meant that it had to be printed. You don't get random ink happening to land on two separate copies in the same way. This must have been an artifact of printing. And if you think of a metal piece of type that's been cast, there has to have been a pretty massive rupture. I'll do it backwards for you like this, because that's how the letter would look. No, yes. So something in the mold, in the making of that letter, there'd have to be a little pillar sticking up there, which was never filed away. Not impossible, but weird. And why in these two copies? If this is a proof copy, unique and wonderful in its uniqueness, why is it also in this other copy that also appears in 2005? All genuine copies didn't have that little dot. So somebody noticed, in the proof copy scenario, this copy was printed, that copy was printed, and then they noticed it. So this must be the second proof copy. The next thing I noticed hadn't been noticed by Bredekamp or his team, that there's actually a typographic error. This is actually favoring their argument of proof copy status. There's a big typo on the title page. Instead of talking about the periods of the satellites of Jupiter, the periodis, this copy, the SNML, says pepiodis. And I hope you can see that weirdly the P and the I are almost touching there. Typographic characters are lumps of metal, and the only way that you can get the body of the character to touch is to file the sides away until the characters come next to each other. There's no reason to do that, or have extremely damaged type, or cast a ligature where P and I need to be right next to each other. Normally, in every other genuine copy, the R is there, periodis. You can see as well that the sender of the P doesn't go down far enough. It's a very weird letter. Genuine copies always have the R intact. The Sotheby's copy has that same weird P typo. So we are dealing with kind of Shakespearean twins, apart from it's a tragedy, not a comedy. There's something weird about the relationship between the Sotheby's copy and the SNML. They have all the same set of anomalies that are meant to be unique to SNML. How am I doing for time? Okay. Next up, and this was the clincher. This was the piece of evidence that really allowed me to put a firm kind of timestamp on what was going on and really convince slowly everybody in the team that we were dealing with something not at all kosher. I noticed that there was a weird kind of club foot to the letter P of privilegio there. And again, I thought maybe it's a smudge of ink. I asked Paul Needham to look at it, and he said, no, actually, you can put your finger in that. That's deeply impressed into the paper. So there must have been a typographic character that had a load of molten lead kind of splurging out of the side somehow that left that mark. I didn't like that explanation. I decided to compare. I knew that I'd seen that mark before because I have that weird kind of memory for images. And it turned out that it was in the 1964 facsimile printed in Pisa. I went looking to see where else that mark appeared. Where did the Pisa copy come from? And the first place, as a good historian, I went to look was Wikipedia. The wiki image, this has now been removed, but the wiki image used to have that same mark. And if you look through the file history of that image, it says it's actually based on the 1964 facsimile, not a genuine copy. So the Sotheby's copy, predictably enough, also had that weird mark. Genuine copies never had that real mark. However many I looked at, I could never find anything that was weird about that P. So the question was, chronologically, the furthest back we can push this club foot appearing is 1964. Where did it come from? What was the origin of that facsimile copy? And it turned out that it came from a copy in Milan. That's where that facsimile was made from. And if you look closely, what you see is that there's no weird misformed typographical character. What there is some foxing on the paper. The paper has a brown mark in it. Probably with time, the acidity in the paper has reacted with air and it's oxidized and made this kind of rust splodge. When that brown mark was photographed in 1964 to make the facsimile, black and white photography had to decide, is this white or is this black? Comes out black. Photo retoucher should have whited that out, missed it. If this came into existence as a mark in 1964, what is it doing on the SNML copy and the Sotheby's copy? They must logically post-date 1964. Agreed? Yeah, thank you. Well, so that was for me one of the most exciting after birth of children and marriage and all that kind of, that was you've obviously had much more exciting lives than me. That was my eureka moment where I realized, okay, I've got it. I've got the material evidence that post-dates this to 1964, proves that this is a forgery. And you can see the contours of the line match the darker section of that image quite nicely. I took this evidence to Paul Needham and Horst Bredekamp. Bredekamp said if SNML is a forgery, then the discipline of history of science can close its doors. Seemed a little exaggerated to me. He didn't want to parley, it seemed. Needham was a model of scholarly discussion, collaboration. He resisted to a certain amount, but only because he's so skeptical. He immediately pointed out that the SNML is not just a facsimile reprint of the facsimile, of the 1964 facsimile. There are other things that don't match at all. And in order to work out what SNML was, I needed to find another copy. So somebody sent me an image from this 2005 catalogue entry from Patrick Sorget's catalogue, price upon request. And the first thing you'll notice is that this copy has the measles. It's quite heavily foxed, all these little dots all over it. And I couldn't help but noticing that some of those dots were in interesting places. The dot over the L precisely matches SNML's dot over the L. You'll see that there are lots of other dots that don't match, but what looks like a full stop, when it's not a full stop, is reproduced in SNML. This little blotch on the letter M isn't there in genuine copies. It's a paper discoloration again, and yet it appears in SNML. And most spectacularly in the woodcut, where I assume these things are hardest to edit away or spot, you'll see, so this is Sorget copy, genuine. This is SNML, not genuine. You'll notice that a whole series of these marks have just been reproduced over and over. So why then did the forgery not just reprint the Sorget copy, if that was its main source? That really puzzled me. And what you see is that the Sorget copy has this weird abrasion on the words permesso et privilegio. Something has been, I think, rubbed away there, and I suspect what was rubbed away was an institutional library mark to cover up a theft. I'd love to know where this book came from, Mr. Sorget, if you're watching this film. And there's this. There's another library mark that I can't identify there. I think it's BV or SV, which has been placed there, I think, to distract the eye away from that abrasion. So you can't just print from Sorget copy. The Sorget copy I know belonged to De Caro in 2004, although it's unclear who sold it to whom. They both claim that they bought it from each other and sold it back to each other. It's kind of Keystone Cops routine. So what I think happened was that for just this unusable bit, the facsimile was called upon to digitally splice in a better text, although they chose just the wrong bit of text because it was the smoking gun that showed that it was based on a facsimile. And you can actually prove that this is a piece of digital splicing by thinking about the way that the images and text work together in a print shop. So here, if you draw a line, these are 4 genuine copies. If you draw a line through the wood block and see where it intersects with the imprimatur text at the bottom, that relationship shouldn't change. All of this stuff is locked in together physically. The wood block sits there, the type sits underneath. It shouldn't wobble about if the print shop is operating well. Or if it does wobble around, you should see wobble in a random selection of copies. I'm just showing you 4 here. I did this with many more. You'll see that if you just draw a line from nose to nose, it intersects between the M and the A of the name Tommaso every time. If you then bring in the SNML and Sotheby's copies, you'll see that there's a slight displacement there where the digital splicing hasn't quite matched up correctly. So we're dealing with digital editing of images, composite images, and quite a high level, but not high level enough, of digital retouching of images to make these forgeries. Running out of time, but very, very quickly. We can't do this kind of analysis on every book that we're a little bit suspicious of. So we need some basic take-home messages of things that don't work with this kind of forgery. What I thought might be interesting would be to look at the bits of the printed page which are not meant to be printed. Anybody who's handled 17th century books or looked at them will notice that there's a certain amount of noise as well as signal. There are little smudges and marks made with printer's ink that are not impressed with typographic characters. And they're because in the furniture, the spacing bars around a composed type, ink sometimes gets onto those areas, and there's nothing to stop some paper just lightly kissing those areas. If you're using a photopolymer plate, which is how we think De Caro did his forgeries, you don't have any furniture like that. The image is, you take a black and white picture, you expose this, you stick it to a plastic light-sensitive plate, you expose it to light, same stuff they use on your teeth at the dentist, UV light hardens exposed areas, the rest of it washes away, and you're left with a plate. Costs $10 a plate. You don't have this kind of range of, things are either stand proud or they're flat. So if we mentally reconstruct, do a Galilean thought experiment of these two printing processes, what kind of artifacts do we produce? Here is a 16th, 17th century composed type. And what I'm interested in is that kind of ink there, nooks and cranny ink. Print from that and you will get a fake printed backwards because everything's reversed, but you'll also, the paper might well touch and get a little line of ink with no force behind it, no impression. So what we need to distinguish is between inking and impression as two different artifacts. If you then take a picture of that printed page and turn it into a photopolymer plate, the plate will just, all the plate does is turn a 2-dimensional black and white image into a 3-dimensional printing plate. So it doesn't distinguish between this shoulder ink, as we call it, and typographic characters in any way. Print from this, and what you will find is that the typographic characters and the shoulder ink are impressed with the same depth. Does that make sense? This hadn't been kind of thought through, I think, before at all. And Needham had this, we argued about whether this was admissible evidence or not. But when you go to actual copies, it quickly becomes very clear that this is really good evidence. What we've got here is the Library of Congress copy of the Sideris Nuncius, brilliant copy, uncut, $1.1 million. And what I'm talking about is this kind of, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that little line at the top, shoulder ink. What I've done here is take the reverse of, so this is 3R, flip that page over, and then I've digitally flipped that around. So what I was hoping we would see is either the impression of characters through. You can see, you can just see, this isn't just the ink showing through. This is actually, maybe you can't see, but trust me. You can see there's a number 3 that you can, you could feel on the reverse of the page, where the typographic characters have pushed into the paper with force, and you can feel them on the reverse. But where the shoulder ink is, there is no impression there. It's completely invisible. By marked contrast, if we look at the Martian Land copy, there's very little shoulder ink. It's a peculiarly clean copy, but when there is shoulder ink, it's very deeply impressed. So here we have the same thing, 4R, and then I've looked at the back, 4 verso, and flipped it over. So you can actually see how deeply impressed, you could read this in backwards, through the back of the page. But what you'll see is that the shoulder ink is impressed with exactly the same depth. And hopefully, this is Kerry just gave me this picture. This is a beautiful example of that. It's fantastic. You see that with raking light, that line just stands up in a way that shouldn't have any impression behind it. That should be completely invisible. So this is a way that the photopolymer printing process and the whole photomechanical reproduction process reveals itself. This is, I'm afraid, the best we've got for spotting these kinds of fakes at the moment, and I know how to get rid of that. You just wipe that out and then stipple it in with a paintbrush. There, you can all produce $10 million forgeries now. Just to wrap up I'm way out of time. Although all the press attention has been on this spectacular, unique $10 million forgery, and Bredekamp has actually argued, the forgery was so good that even I, Horst Bredekamp, was duped by it. There was no methodological failure by my team at any point. This isn't a story about somebody challenging academia or an outsider trying to do an emperor's no clothes routine on academics, and this isn't a story about hoaxes. This is a story about theft, organized crime, and forgery, and we should take it really, really seriously. Just to conclude, this is the list of books that we currently know were forged by De Caro, and I suspect there are others. So we have in the Verona, one of the very, very few copies of this super rare book, the Dialogo di Cecco di Ronchiti, pseudonymously authored by Galileo. Maybe 5 copies, 6 copies in the world. Their copy's gone, and basically a crude photocopy is in its place, and De Caro hung out there a lot. The Compasso, there are at least 5 forgeries around, and I only know where 2 of them are now. Siderius Nuncius, the National Library of Naples had its fine paper copy stolen, and De Caro left a forgery in its place, with the right provenance notes all marked in. He didn't do a bad job there. And then there are even totally obscure texts, like this Peruvian imprint from 1650, a Spanish translation of an Italian early biography of Galileo. There's only 1 copy of that known in the world. De Caro managed to sell to Martian Land 2 copies, one of which is now in the John Carter Brown Library. They've got their money back and they're keeping it as a teaching aid forgery, brilliantly. The other one is in the National Library of Madrid. In their catalog, it's still listed as the genuine thing. So we're facing a kind of forgery abyss, I think. I have no bridge to go anywhere. There.
May I make clear that the photograph I provided was not of our copy. Even though it does seem somewhat risky to bring someone like Professor Wilding to examine the books in our collection, but Dr. Wilding, would you go ahead and take a few questions?
Certainly, I'd love to. They did that. And all you have to do, what De Caro claimed was that he'd got hold of some, they did it for the ink in the drawings, but they didn't do it for the typographic ink, because they thought that it was impossible to forge a book for some reason. Books have been forged since 1498 was the first one I know of. There's been a long history of book forging, but for some reason it was considered just impossible that this book could be a forgery. So they only did ink analysis. No, they did ink analysis on the printing ink, and it had enough iron in it to be old. You could do a destructive test on the paper, But if this is a $10 million object, very few owners want a quarter inch even clipping out and burning. So they ran the standard kind of scientific test. Apart from, they went in super high tech and did all this 3D microscopy, and then after I showed that it was a forgery, the paper experts above all said, the paper is genuine 17th century paper. And then De Caro said, no, I made it. And I can show you how to make it. You just follow the recipe. And then they went in with a low-powered microscope, and what they found was that actually the cotton fibers in that paper, cotton doesn't come in to paper for another 2 centuries. So they should have just, there's some, and the other way of testing this kind of thing is just familiarity with material objects. I mean, digitization is fantastic, and it's fantastic also as a conservation aid. But we also need to carry on handling the originals. One of the dealers who was offered SNML picked it up, touched the paper, and said, that paper doesn't move, doesn't feel, and doesn't sound like 17th century paper. It could have had some peculiar storage history that's rendered it kind of thick and brittle and weird, but I just don't like it. I'm not even going to look at it. So that kind of other forms of expertise, I think, need to get admitted. We rely a lot on science to save us, but it needs to be a set of bibliographic questions that are supplemented by the right kind of scientific tests, and not just this kind of, these are the tests we do on any book, and they'll tell us the truth about it.
I'm wondering about your legal liabilities on, in some cases, as sound as your analysis is and true as it ultimately is, that many of these collections and libraries where you find these things, they're being damaged dramatically. Are you being sued very often?
Not yet, no. But I do think that as this problem grows, and presumably it will grow, because there's no reason why, given the kind of silly money that rare books are now attracting, and that I think is a direct offshoot of .com silly money as well. There are Library of Congress spending $1 million on a Sideris Nuncius. That's an insane amount of money. I saw one at Wellesley College that was bought in 1950. So that's a while ago, but it cost them $5 in 1950. Book prices shouldn't have gone up that much, and they've gone up more steeply in history of science than they have in other domains, and that's because of the kind of money, the tech money that's being thrown at it, private investors mainly, that are forcing universities out of competition, which is another thing I find disgraceful. Anyway, nobody yet, what was so I think we're going to see more book forgeries, and presumably we'll end up in a similar situation to the art market, where academics are getting sued, even for not offering a verdict on an object. You can now get sued as an academic for refusing to say whether you think a work should be in an artist's oeuvre or not, which is also insane. So far everyone's been pretty cooperative with me because they want to know what's genuine and what's not, and they realize that the integrity of the historical record is worth defending, and that we can't just open this up to free market criminality. But whether at some point either I make a wrong call or somebody, let's just hope it doesn't happen. Any further questions?
Can forgeries in time develop their own value?
Certainly, yes, good question. Martin Land, the company, still owns this object. They paid $500,000 for it. I hope it's not worth that as a forgery, but it's surely worth something. There are, in the art world again, which is kind of more developed in this way, if that's the right term, you see people who collect fake Warhols, because there are good fake Warhols and bad fake Warhols. Forgery is a very interesting kind of shadow to the, both as teaching objects, where they really bring into relief the kinds of skills that we need to hone in order to understand how the original objects are made. I mean, basically what you just saw was me, I guess what I was doing was kind of making visible everything that we subconsciously don't look at in the book. And that actually reveals a lot about how the book was actually made. We start to ask questions of the original object. So there's both epistemological value in the forgery. In terms of financial value, I don't know of anyone yet who's, well, no, some institutions are actively collecting forgeries because they want those things, A, off the market, and B, in their teaching collections so that they can use them. I mean, there's a long history of collecting forgery, content-based forgery. So people collecting all the Shakespeare forged manuscripts, that kind of stuff, which has culminated recently. The Johns Hopkins Library bought this collection that they've called the Bibliotheca Fictiva, and that's basically every book that's ever discussed forgery or embodied forgery. That doesn't include material forgeries like that. I don't know if anyone's, get in now, they're cheap, I guess. I'll be honest, no. And in fact, one of the parties who was, I think, involved. Where am I legally here? I was shown recently a book which had an inscription, a Chasey inscription. Yeah, what the hell? And the Chasey inscription, and it had a fake Chasey stamp on the title page of the book. And then there was an end leaf that had this nice Chasey autograph inscription. And it was being argued that even if the Chasey library stamp was now known to be a fake, the inscription was still genuine, and that piece of paper belonged to the book, even though the dimensions of it were totally wrong. And one of the things that my eye was guided towards by the collector was a wormhole. So these little bugs that, there's a great one on display. They love eating paper. Bibliographers can use wormholes as evidence to see when books have been messed around with. If you take a book that has a wormhole going through it and you marry it with, and then the book stops at that point, but you want a complete copy and you put in another book, the wormhole's going to stop, right? So you can use wormholes as evidence of telling you something about the history of a book. This book had a wormhole through the inscription page, and then it went into the text block. And I thought, oh, great. So that sheet of paper at least has been with this book for probably a long time. I then followed went down the wormhole, went through about 7 pages following it, expecting it to start turning and coming back up at some point, and it didn't. It stopped. And where it stopped, I noticed that the next page then had a pressure point in there, a deep pressure point, and the next page, and the next page. And this wormhole, I think, had been drilled. There definitely no parasite can exert pressure like that by eating. So this was a fake wormhole, and I'd been told to look at it by somebody who thought that it would be the clincher. So I think that's, in terms of a kind of Lance Armstrong cat and mouse game, I stupidly said to the guy, oh yeah, that's a fake wormhole. And presumably other tools are now, I'm very close to libel here. Some people might be developing other tools which I probably won't be able to detect. I mean, you have to make up the questions on the fly. Nobody knows how to spot these things. If Paul Needham couldn't spot this, the world's greatest bibliographer couldn't spot this, having worked on it for a couple of years, then the level of forgery is really, really scary. One last, do we have time? I think he had his hand. Ask me afterwards. Yeah, there's no. Right. This is not. Yeah, these works don't mess with the content, although alongside, it's not just inscriptions that are being added to give fake provenance. There have been a lot of Galilean documents that have emerged with, say, Kepler marginalia in them that I suspect were produced within the last 10 years. There's also, this is something that I've just started to see in a couple of examples recently. So catalogs reproducing title pages of books that don't actually exist, which I'm completely flummoxed by. Like when you actually go to the auction, they just say, oh, that lot's not available. But the catalog reproduces an image, and they are unknown imprints. And I think it's meant to kind of drum up interest in the larger lot. I don't know if that's a criminal activity. It's definitely false advertising. But there you get, so they always claim that they're quite obviously made up and that this is a time-honored bookseller's trade of hoaxing the potential buyers and that everybody's in on it, so it's not fraudulent or deceptive. The weird thing, so the Martian land copy, seen from one point of view, is the kind of material instantation of a digital facsimile. Now that doesn't mean, and that has led some people, when I've given this talk, to say, should we stop digitizing books, right? If all of this was produced using digital technology, then you are insane to put up digital books in high-res, free, open access images, because you're just giving the tools to the forger. I'd just like to say, although theoretically you could use these images, there's no evidence that any of these forgeries were ever used based on institutional copies. They were always books that the individual owned and that they usually took the book apart and photographed it under whatever conditions they wanted. I don't think there's anything in this that would make digitizing and open access a bad idea. And I think actually digital humanities were the tool that allowed me to find this forgery, and that the benefits outweigh any risk massively. That wasn't answering your question, but that's just something else I wanted to say about how laudable the projects here are. I think we're probably out of time, aren't we?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Closing remarks.
observed the planet Jupiter. What he found would ultimately change our understanding of the universe forever, and this tour is meant to explain why. 67 years before Galileo made the telescope he used to observe
Test. Test, test. Test. Test, test. You think you got it? Still a little bit? You can hear it a little bit? Test, test, test. Test, 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 test.
Testing, testing. Yeah. You want to do a test?
Okay, test 1, 2. Great.
Okay. All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Welcome again to the Galileo's World Symposium, to the afternoon session. We had two amazing talks this morning, and two more equally amazing ones are coming. So I'd like now to introduce Brother Guy Consolmagno, who obtained his bachelor's and master's degrees at MIT and his doctoral degree at the University of Arizona's Lunar and Planetary Laboratory, all in planetary science. After postdoctoral research and teaching at Harvard College Observatory and MIT, in 1983 he joined the U.S. Peace Corps and served in Kenya for 2 years, teaching astronomy and physics. In 1989, Consolmagno entered the Society of Jesus and took vows as a brother in 1991. On entry into the order, he was assigned as an astronomer to the Vatican Observatory and became curator of its remarkable collection of meteorites. During 1996, Brother Guy took part in the Antarctic search for meteorites, discovering a number of meteorites on the ice fields of Antarctica. An asteroid was named in his honor by the International Astronomical Union. Now that asteroid is affectionately known as Little Guy. Brother Guy's research is centered on the connections between meteorites and asteroids and the origin and evolution of small bodies in the solar system. In addition to authoring over 40 refereed scientific papers, Brother Guy was recently the chair of the Division for Planetary Sciences of the American Astronomical Society. Brother Guy has written many popular books, including most recently one entitled Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial? And other questions from the astronomer's inbox at the Vatican Observatory. Brother Guy was awarded the 2014 Carl Sagan Medal of the American Astronomical Society for outstanding public communication by an active planetary scientist. He is also a frequent speaker at science fiction conventions. Last September, Pope Francis named Brother Guy director of the Vatican Observatory. So Brother Guy, we're grateful that you have come to Oklahoma for this Galileo's World Symposium to speak on Galileo as a scientist.
Thank you all. There's so much to say about Galileo that can't possibly be covered. I'm not going to be talking about the Galileo affair. I'm not really going to be talking about his interaction with the church. The short answer, if you have any questions about that, is everything you know about Galileo and the church is wrong, but the truth does not make the church look any better. Instead, what I want to concentrate on is Galileo as a scientist. Of course, the word scientist had not been invented when Galileo was around, wouldn't be invented until the 19th century. And Galileo is absolutely a man of his times. He was a 17th century man, and any attempt to make him look like a 19th or 20th or 21st century person does violence to who he is and the genius that he had. And yet, there are some interesting things about him that any of us who are familiar with science and scientists will immediately recognize. I want to start with this wonderful image. The screen is a little stretched, so he's made out to be more of a fathead than he really is, but bear with me. This is an inscription from a 1699 edition of the two chief world systems that we have at the Vatican Observatory Library. And there's the picture of Galileo looking wise, because of course you have to have a beard to do that. Notice the name, Galileo Galilei Linnaeus. Once he was elected to the Academy of the Lynxes, he always signed his name with that extra word. He was so proud to be a member of the Academy of the Lynxes. And there are displays about the Academy of the Lynxes here, actually in this very building. That's an important point to remember. Below, philosopher and mathematician. That's also very unusual. Before Galileo, well, and a few others of his era, mathematics was considered very much a lesser field than being a philosopher. Might be sort of nowadays you might say that someone did quantum physics and fixed your plumbing. the idea that mathematics was merely a tool, merely a means of calculation, and should not be raised to the level of a philosophy was something that he worked hard to overcome. As a scientist, the real question we have to have is, what kind of scientist was he, and what sort of scientist that we might be familiar with today does he remind us of? I have here, of course, Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, both famous or infamous for being media stars. I can say from experience, being almost a contemporary of Carl Sagan's, he was only about 10, 15 years older than me, and still a young man when I got into the field of planetary science, that while he was famous throughout America for being on television, first the Johnny Carson show and then his own TV show, every planetary scientist, there aren't that many of us, knew him and had nothing good to say about him. And that's 100% due to jealousy. And I think a lot of that same effect redounded on Galileo. And the same can be said of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who, all of my friends who are not astronomers will go on a great how much they enjoy his stuff, how much they like his stuff. I can't watch his Cosmos any more than I could watch Carl Sagan's Cosmos, because I keep thinking of all the things he got wrong. And why did he do it that way? And how come he didn't talk about... As it happens, both of these guys, are friends of mine. And some of you know I wrote a book called Turn Left at Orion. My co-author of that book, Dan Davis, was a high school friend of Neil deGrasse Tyson's. So we go back a ways. I can see both why there is a tremendous jealousy about them, and also why there's tremendous admiration, because while every planetary scientist of my generation can sneer at Carl Sagan, every planetary scientist who's 10 or 15 years younger than me got into the field because of Carl Sagan. And we wouldn't have the support that we had over the years if it hadn't been for the good work that these popularizers did. Now, not every popularizer is a great scientist. Some of them really aren't scientists at all, and some of them are wacko. Do you remember Erich von Däniken? Yeah, right. How do you know how did they know at the time that Galileo was more like a Carl Sagan and less like an Erich von Däniken? In other words, how did they know that he was a scientist with a great gift of gab and not a total wacko crackpot? To quote Carl Sagan himself, they laughed at Einstein and they laughed at Newton, but they also laughed at Bozo the Clown. And that was the challenge of the people living at the time of Galileo, to try to decide whether he was legitimately breaking new ground or whether he was just another wacko crackpot. Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake. That's a bad thing. People should not be burned at stakes. Giordano Bruno was also a crackpot. And if you read his works, you realize this is not a guy that I want to be a hero of science. He claimed to be a magician. He claimed to have mystical powers over people. I suspect he actually walked into the fire believing that he could survive it. He was a little off. To give another sense of who Galileo was, I want to put him in a context of his time. These are the key dates for the publishing of Copernicus's book to Galileo's final book on physics, which is really the breakthrough that makes him the pioneer of science. Now, is there anybody in this room who was born in 1964? Yeah. Okay, if this is 400 years from the letter to the Grand Duchess Christina and the first trial, Galileo was born in 1564. So at the time of Galileo's first trial, he is the age of any friend that you might have who was born in 64. And with all of these experiences, he was not a young man by then. He was more than 50 years old. And they're talking about an idea that dates back many years before Galileo was born. The Copernicus book came out in 1543. Well, think of people today getting in trouble espousing a theory that had been around since 1943. That was the period of time. I remind you that the Copernicus book came out before the Council of Trent that spent 20 years finding heresy everywhere, and they never bothered talking about the Copernicus book because they didn't think it was heretical, and everybody knew about it. Another thing to think about, 1943. I say that year in this audience, and everybody's going to think immediately of World War II. You can't hear that year without saying, oh, yeah, something that came up and, the atomic bomb. If you look at 2033, that would be as far into the future as when Galileo went on trial, finally, the one that actually put him in house arrest, well, he was already 78. Anyone at the time of Galileo, or for the next 50 to 100 years afterwards, hearing the year of 1633, would immediately think not of the Galileo trial, but of something going on in Europe, which was the 30 Years' War. And in particular, that was a crucial year in the 30 Years' War, the year when it looked like the Protestant North, who are secretly being funded by the Catholic French, were conquering the Holy Roman Empire and Spanish armies and looked like they were about to invade Italy. And the politics of that time was so incredibly complicated, with the Pope actually being on the side of the French and being accused of being a secret Protestant by the Spanish. I wonder what they thought bears did in the woods. And you realize that whatever the reason for the Galileo crisis in 1633, local politics had to play some kind of role. And I'm not going to go any further because you could argue for hours about that. What I really want to do is instead look at Galileo's life as a scientist. As any scientist, he started out by learning from other people. He went to the University of Pisa in the 1580s. Think of your friend going to college in the early 80s. And he never finished. I think that's significant. I know a lot of very smart people working in the field who somehow, for one reason or another, never got their degree. And there's very often an edge to them. There's very often a sense of insecurity and wanting to prove themselves and wanting to make sure that they are degreed. I think that goes a long way to explain why Galileo always had the word Linnaeus after his name. It was as good as PhD. But notice something else about the teachers he encountered, listed here in Pisa. Bonamici and Boro were Aristotelian physicists who rejected even the compromises that St. Thomas had come up with. They were strict Aristotelians. Benedetti rejected the Aristotelian ideas and had ideas of motion that Galileo would later adopt. Mazzoni, a Dante scholar, he was one of the editors of the Index. But he also wrote a book about where Aristotle was wrong. And even Christopher Clavius, the Jesuit in Rome who wrote letters of recommendation for Galileo when he was looking for a job, was also noted for fighting for respect for mathematicians. The things I've highlighted here are all items that Galileo will be noted for. And they're all ideas that, yes, he did great things about, but they're not necessarily original with him. It's what he did with them and how he presented them that were original. A lot of what I'm saying comes from John Hilbrum's recent biography of Galileo, and there's a wonderful story here that I just want to throw in, thinking of the Tower of Pisa. One of his teachers, Borro, back in Pisa, had thrown a chunk of wood and a piece of iron, which he thought equal in weight, but typically hadn't bothered to weigh, from an upper window of his house. As often as he did it, he and his students noticed that the wood fell faster than the iron. I suspect Ibram may have gotten that backwards. Doesn't matter. Bonamici obtained the same result in a similar experiment of greater precision. Hilbram comments, Pisa must have been a dangerous place when the philosophizers were thus philosophizing. Because of friends and connections, Galileo finally gets a teaching job in Padua. Padua was arguably, with possibly Bologna, arguably the oldest and most prestigious university. It would be like getting a teaching job teaching mathematics at Harvard. So he's gone from the State University of Tuscany to Harvard University. And even though it's a small job, he's a math tutor essentially, he's in the big time. And he's got a number of friends there who, again, are fascinated with Aristotle and ideas that were contrary to what the church was teaching. Pinelli had a wide range of scholars, some of them very pro-Jesuit, some of them very anti-Jesuits. The Jesuits had a university in Padua, which was a rival of the big University of Padua, and were teaching poor kids for free. So this was a great source of conflict between the two schools. Most notable, Paolo Sarpi, was a monk, but a bitter foe of the Jesuits. And Hilbram writes, Galileo later said of Sarpi, "No one in Europe comes before him in knowledge of the mathematical sciences." He served Galileo as a guidepost and a sounding board and probably as a role model. Several ideas akin to Galileo's innovation of physics appear in Sarpi's private notebook. Both the people in Pisa and the people in Padua are constantly getting in trouble with the church and then working for the church. And this was a regular sort of thing. It was almost a badge of honor to be called in before the local Inquisition, because you weren't really, this made you show up as being smarter than those people who, they're Italians. No Italian is going to do what they're told. It's part of the national culture. Trust me, I'm one of them. When I was a kid and it was the 60s and somebody had a little badge that said, "Question authority," I said, "Question authority? Says who?" Most notable of the friends that he has in Padua is Gianfrancesco Sagredo, and I'll leave it at that because we have one of the world's leading experts of him sitting in the audience, and I don't want to embarrass myself by saying anything more than he's the guy who introduced Galileo to the courtesan culture and Galileo's girlfriend, eventually Marina Gamba. Courtesans, think Japanese geisha. That's probably the easiest way of understanding in our mind who Marina Gamba was. She was of a different class. They couldn't have married. She's living in a community of wealthy, educated, high-class call girls. And as Hilbram mentions, she must have had something on the ball because Galileo stuck with her long enough to father 3 kids. Galileo's first claim to fame happens around 1597, and this is the military compass. The idea of having an object like this that could be used for measurements but also calculations had been around, but Galileo had certain additions, certain extra lines. I can say it worked like a slide rule. I suppose anybody younger than me doesn't remember what a slide rule is. It is a way that you could, by comparing one side against another and drawing lines, you can do calculations very quickly. You can find numbers that help you know what angle you're supposed to be pointing the gun. You can work out how far an object is by the angle and observations. You can use it to do mathematical calculations like currency conversion, compound interest. Remember, Padua is the university town of Venice. It's the Norman to Oklahoma City. And Venice is a trading port. So being able to do these things quickly and repeatedly really meant that this was a device that people wanted to know about. Well, the deal is, you've seen slide rules, probably you have no idea how to use them if you're younger than me. Galileo would sell you the compass, and then he would write out by hand the instructions on how to use it, individually for each person purchasing it, with no illustrations, so that nobody who didn't have the instrument would be able to use the software. Because essentially that's what that was. Talk about a modern idea, you know. You can download the software for free, but if you don't have the gizmo, it's useless. What were the benefits of Galileo? Besides making him famous, people would come to him and board with him in the house that he was renting in order to learn how to use a compass. So he had this income from all, 16 boarders with all of their servants, because nobody came alone. Most of them came to learn how to use the compass. At one point, he even had people boarding elsewhere because he couldn't afford all the... He was making more money from the compass than he was from his salary at the University of Padua. Galileo was not doing this because he was money grubbing. If you look at the history of Galileo, you can see in the exhibit here how his father was a musician. And like most musicians, he was a rebel against authority and taught Galileo to be a rebel against authority. He was always on the road. It's kind of amazing that he came home often enough to father all of Galileo's brothers and sisters. Galileo was the eldest. He was also in his 40s when he married, which is to say that he died at a reasonable age, I guess in his 60s. Galileo had to pay for his sister's dowries and the money to put his brother into the foreign service, which meant, a dowry in those days would be a year's salary. So Galileo is always strapped for cash because he's got family obligations to take care of. He's got this mistress, and she doesn't come cheap. He's got a shrewish mother. The first time that he is reported to the Inquisition for being a heretic is by his mother, who complains apparently that he wasn't writing home often enough. And it's a very odd relationship he had with his mother, because he also says terrible things about her. Strega is the word that comes to mind, and if you know Italian, that's not a nice thing to be called. One interesting and very modern sense of what happened with this compass was a fellow in the Netherlands comes up with a similar compass. Galileo challenges him to a duel, saying, "You copied that from me." And the consensus is, no, they both came up with it independently. A year later, a fellow named Capra comes up. He publishes the information on how to use the compass, including the illustrations. Galileo challenges him. They actually have a trial at the university. It's obvious Capra doesn't know how to use the instrument, and is eventually expelled from the university. But that's not good enough. Galileo writes a book, a pamphlet about him, making fun of him, making fun of his name, which is also the Italian word for she-goat. Even Galileo himself later admitted maybe he was over the top. But this is a key to his personality. He's always got to go for the kill. And if he can do it in a way that makes him look clever and makes you laugh at the other guy, he's going to do it. And he just can't resist it because it's so much fun to do. Galileo, back when he was in Pisa, was not only tutoring mathematics, but he was hanging out with a literary crowd. He was learning and arguing about Dante. He was learning and arguing about the right way to paint perspective. His favorite book at the time was Orlando Furioso, which was a great, it was the Lord of the Rings of its era, the kind of fantasy book that has wit and sarcasm and, very much makes fun of the current mores. This is who he is. At the same time, while he is in Padua, he comes up to and becomes in contact with the idea of the Copernican model. His role model, Sarpi, suggests that maybe the tides in the oceans are caused by the Earth being jiggled around in a way, if the Earth is moving as it would be in the Copernican system, which is actually the same model that Galileo adopts for his own to prove the Copernican system later on. It's notable that the tides in the Mediterranean are really, really complicated, and so Galileo can be forgiven if he thinks that there's only one tide a day and not two, because anyone who lives in the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean knows his model wouldn't work even if it worked. We have a letter from 1597 that the Copernican system is much more probable than the opinion of Aristotle or Ptolemy. In 1604, a supernova is observed. And the fact that you can see a new star in the sky out beyond the realm of the moon, where things are supposed to be eternal and perfect, challenges the Aristotelian model, but the fact that there's no parallax to it also challenges the Copernican model. If you have a system where the Earth is standing still, like the Tycho Brahe model, that can accommodate it. Rather than saying, all right, this convinces me of the Tycho Brahe model, Galileo instead says, oh, the new star that you're seeing there, that's just air from the Earth going out beyond the realm of the moon. The point is, Galileo is a Copernican 10 years before the telescope. When he gets the telescope and he observes things, he is seeing what he expects to see and what he wants to see to confirm what he's already believed. Does this make him a bad scientist? I'd say this makes him a typical scientist. For those of you who don't know the Tycho Brahe system, I've got a little diagram of it here. The Earth is in the center, the sun goes around the Earth, and the other planets go around the sun. Mathematically, except for the positions of the stars, this is no different from the Copernican system, except you've got a rotating and offset frame of reference. So that by no observation of planets can you tell the difference between the Tycho Brahe system and the Copernican system. There are other observations that can test them, but before the telescope, it would be impossible to tell. What about the telescope? Again, from Hilbrum's biography. In Italy, nothing new going on except the arrival of that spyglass that shows distant things. I admire it for the beauty of invention and the level of art, but for use in war on land or sea, there's nothing good in it. Later in the summer of 1609, after he knows about the Dutch design, he then gets a copy of one in July of 1969. He looks at it. A traveling salesman is offering to sell this to the Senate in Venice for 1,000 scudi, about 2 years' wages. And he advises the Senate, don't waste your money. Within a month, he'd figured out how to make it himself. Now, Galileo already had a lens outfit. Sarpi tells him how to make a telescope. You put a concave lens there, a convex lens there. The other thing that Galileo had, of course, being in Padua, the Norman to Venice, is that he had Venetian glass. Glass that was clear, didn't have bubbles, was of uniform quality, and lots of it. So he could keep trying to grind and grind and grind lots of lenses to get the few that are actually good enough to use. Galileo is doing what Sarpi tells him to do. He has no idea how the telescope actually works, and apparently never did. As they say here, that every time Sagredo tried to get an explanation, so how does this thing work? Galileo would give him smoke and mirrors, but never really was able to explain it. So, at Sarpi's suggestion, apparently, at the end of August, Galileo presents this telescope that the other guy was selling for 1,000 scudi, and he gives it for free to the Republic of Venice. And all of his friends are using his fame and his good name for doing this to make sure that he gets a promotion to, full professor and a salary of 1,000 scudi a year, which was double his salary, so he doesn't have to sell military lens, compasses anymore. That December, he takes his best telescope, points it at the moon, and sees the craters. Now we've got here his drawings of the moon. We saw these earlier today. He was not the first person to look at the moon through a telescope. He's not the first person to draw what the moon looked like through a telescope. Thomas Harriot was the first person to do that. But compare the drawings. Thomas Harriot's sketch on the right, besides the fact that he's got the terminator all wrong, it looks like a flat disk. Galileo, with his training in art, living in Renaissance Italy where perspective is already the norm, is able to see what he sees in his telescope as a round ball. His mind is already trained to see that. And he's skilled enough to know how to illustrate it. Sketching what you see through a telescope is a whole lot harder than it looks. And it's a marvelous art. Any of you who are amateur astronomers and trying to figure out what to do with your spare time, start trying to sketch what the moon looks like. I have a friend who lives outside of Dublin who's a wonderful sketcher, and she has made it a task to attempt to reproduce the sketches that Galileo made of the moon. She's been working on it for several years. Galileo did this in like a couple of months. And they're remarkable pieces of art because they're not only beautiful and accurate, but they convey what he saw. And what he saw was more than what Thomas Harriot saw. What he also saw, of course, was that both the moon and Venus had crescent phases, which is what Copernicus predicted, but of course also what Tycho Brahe predicted. And then in January, he points his telescope to Jupiter, sees little dots. The first day that he sees them on the 7th of January, he says, I didn't pay attention to their distances because he figured they're just fixed stars. But the next night, they're in different places. I want to tell you a story. I was giving a talk to an amateur astronomy group outside of Scottsdale, and the president of the club said, funny thing, when I was a kid, 16 years old, I made my own telescope. No grown-ups helped me. You know, I walked around the barrel grinding the mirror and grinding the mirror and grinding the mirror, and I put it in the tube, and I wrote away for a focuser and an eyepiece and a tripod, and I put this all together. And the first time I took it out at night, I turned it to Jupiter, and he's told me, I was so disappointed. I was just heartbroken. Jupiter looked fine. It was this lovely disk with the stripes and things. But obviously there was a crack someplace in one of the lenses because there were these little dots of light on either side of Jupiter. Well, how did Galileo know that what he was seeing weren't just cracks in his lens or reflections inside the tube? How did he know that what he was seeing was real? But he did, and he recorded it. So he sees the craters and mountains in the moon. How did he know that they were mountains? Who had ever seen mountains from high above looking down? But he recognized that what he was seeing on the moon were mountains. Saw the phases of Venus. He saw the Orion Nebula. And what's wonderful is that every nebula that he sees, he records in the Sidereus Nuncius as a collection of stars. We now know they really are nebulous clouds of light, but he assumed, oh, well, that was just my bad telescope. They must really be stars, and so he records what he expects them to be. The Milky Way that looked like a cloud of light, you look at it, it's really a bunch of stars. So the Orion Nebula, as we now call it, that looked like a cloud of light, probably if you could see it a little more finely, would just be more stars. That was his logic. He looks at the Pleiades and sees many more than the 6 stars visible to the naked eye, follows the moons of Jupiter, and then a really interesting thing at the end of the book. Time prevents my proceeding further, but the gentle reader may expect more soon. I want to come back to that. Remember that phrase. Okay. Venice has given him a lifetime job at double his salary. Nonetheless, Galileo goes back to Florence, where he grew up, and talks to the new Grand Duke of Tuscany, a 20-year-old kid named Cosimo, who Galileo had tutored when he was in high school. Galileo would go back home over the summers. Cosimo was, a teenager trying to learn math. Galileo taught him math. He's now all of 20 years old. He's now the new Grand Duke. In his book, he names the moons the Medicean stars, dedicates the book to Cosimo. He did the observations in January, and the book is out by March. Boy, I wish I could publish that quickly. Instead of taking on this marvelous lifetime position at the most prestigious school in Italy and possibly the world, instead he comes back to Florence. Cosimo sends a horse-drawn litter to bring Galileo back home. all of his friends who had gone out of their way to pull strings to get him this promotion, he says, bye-bye, don't need you. Why would he do this? Well, for one thing, he didn't have to teach anymore. He got a full-time research job. Again, sounds like a modern scientist. If I am to return to my native land, I desire that the primary intention of His Highness shall be to give me leave and leisure to draw my works to a conclusion without teaching. Another argument that he gives, which is really interesting, when he was working in Venice, Venice was an oligarchy. He had to make lots of different people happy, lots of different members of the Senate. Rather than having to fight those political fights, he knew if he could just make the Grand Duke happy, he was set. One guy is easier to flatter than a whole bunch of guys who are usually at each other's throats. More to the point, he wants people to know that what he's discovered is real. Because not everybody believes that he has seen things that you need this magical device, the telescope, to see. He wants enough support to build telescopes to send to the other learned people around Italy so that they can back him up, yes, we've seen it too. And that requires money, more money than he was going to be getting out of Pisa, Venice. He also, though he knows he's a mathematician, insists on the title of court mathematician and court philosopher. He's basically saying, I want an honorary PhD, and people can call me doctor from now on. So in 1610, he leaves his girlfriend behind, no place for her, being having a courtesan coming down to Florence. That would not look good, especially with his mom around. He leaves his 5-year-old son with her. He takes the middle daughter, the older daughter's already been sent to Florence and being raised by his mom. And Marina dies 2 years later, so that's another load off his. There's great confusion in biographies of Galileo. After Marina dies, the then 7-year-old son is given over to a friend whose wife is also named Marina. And a lot of people conflate the two people, but they're two separate people. Anyway, he continues doing his astronomy. He sees the phases of Venus in June, and he arranges to finally come and get the Jesuits to endorse his work. He's got this friend, Christopher Clavius, the guy who had been really, really important in the reform of the calendar back in 1582. Clavius, though elderly, is still alive. He's got other contacts with the Jesuits. And he's going to demonstrate the telescope in Rome and get the Jesuits to not only endorse it, but to then use their system of schools to teach what he's seeing in the telescope and maybe even teach the Copernican system. A little side note, Dominicans and Jesuits. Dominicans and Jesuits have a lot in common, so naturally they've been long rivals since they both got started. The Dominicans date back to the Middle Ages. The Jesuits were only about 100 years old at the time, not even 100 years old. 1540 is when the order was founded. Both of them ran schools, but different sorts of schools. The Dominicans ran the old established universities like the University of Paris. The Jesuits ran a series of upstart schools who were training the rising middle class. They had different kinds of spirituality, different ways of approaching God, different questions about the nature of grace, which was a really hot topic in the Protestant Reformation. The Protestants at the time were mostly the nouveau riche, upper middle class bourgeois who had just learned how to read. They had Bibles and they were reading Bibles for themselves. And they thought that, grace is this ultimate gift because I'm horribly condemned until God gives me the grace. The Jesuits are saying that grace is a gift that you accept, and therefore your good works is a sign of acceptance. And the Dominicans have a different understanding of how do I save myself? How do I become a good person? If I'm so corrupt that, confession, I, Guy Consolmagno, who works at the Vatican, am so corrupt that I could not resist that chocolate cake at lunch. If I am so corrupt that I cannot resist temptation, how can I ever be saved? And that nature of how can I be saved had led to a 50-year dispute between the Dominicans and the Jesuits until finally, in 1610, the Pope tells them both, shut up, stop arguing with each other. You know, we've got the Protestants to worry about. This is just going to lead to another split in the church. But it meant that there was bad blood between the Dominicans and the Jesuits. And Thomas Campanella, I think is the name, who is the first to speak against Galileo in Florence. Thank you. Actually, there was before him. It was not. I don't think it was Lurini. It was the one who was in Santa Maria della Mole. Comes up with I can't remember the name, but I can remember the sermon. After the ascension, the angel comes to the disciples and says, "Men of Galilee, why are you looking to the heavens?" He says, "You see, they're talking about people following Galileo. Why are you looking to the heavens? All of the truth can be found in the Bible." Yeah, it's a nice pun. Most of Galileo's grief is coming from the Dominicans. So he decides he'll go to Rome, where there are Jesuits, and get them on his side. In 2011, on April 14th, he displays his telescope on a hilltop south of the Vatican in the Gianicoli, where the American Academy is now. And actually, 400 years later, they had a big party celebrating the 400th anniversary. That's where the word telescope is first used. A couple of weeks later, 4 mathematicians write to Bellarmine that they've looked through the telescope, they see what Galileo sees. They don't want to give any interpretation as to what it all means, but what Galileo claims to see, including the moons going around Jupiter, it's there. And then on the 25th, he becomes a member of the Academy of the Lynxes. There's a big party for him in 1611 in May, and the rector of the Jesuit college praises his book, The Starry Messenger. And he makes all sorts of very important friends, including another fellow Tuscan, Cardinal Barberini. Matteo Barberini built a castle in Castel Gandolfo in 1590 to be a summer home. That's, for many years, was the headquarters of the Vatican Observatory. It's the Pope's summer home. And of course, he's the one who's going to become elected Pope Urban VIII. Things are going great. So naturally, Galileo can't help but screw things up. Another Jesuit, Christopher Scheiner in Germany, builds a telescope and works out the observation that there are spots on the surface of the sun. Galileo claims that he was the first person to see these spots. Scheiner is stealing his ideas, writes about him in incredibly sarcastic Italian. Scheiner doesn't read Italian, so, you know, Galileo will write politely to him in Latin and then make fun of him in Italian. Again, Thomas Harriot was the first to observe the sunspots, so neither of them were first. But the nature of the argument is this: what are these spots on the sun? According to Aristotelian physics, everything beyond the moon is supposed to be perfect and without blemish. Scheiner says, well, maybe we're seeing spots because there are little dark planets that move across the surface of the sun. Galileo says that they're actually things attached to the sun itself. And so Galileo has a really clever argument to prove why he's right and Scheiner is wrong. He says, look, if there are objects going across the sun, the object going across the equator takes longer to cross the sun compared to an object crossing the sun close to the pole, because, you know, the sun's fatter there. He says, and he publishes, I have carefully observed spots crossing the sun at every latitude, and I can affirm that they take exactly the same amount of time. Therefore, the spots are attached to the surface of the sun. It's a piece of brilliant reasoning. It's a really clever way of testing hypotheses with observation. It's one of those things that makes you want to say he's, you know, a fabulous scientist, because he was able to entertain an idea and test it. Only one problem: the poles actually spin faster than the equator. If Galileo had actually observed what he claimed to observe, he would have seen this, because it's a big difference. It's the opposite of what Scheiner would have done. It actually takes longer for spots to cross in the upper latitudes than across the equator, but he suppresses that little difference. The first person to actually note and record the fact that stuff at the upper layers moves slower than on the equator, because the sun is not a solid sphere, it's a big ball of gas. The first person to actually record that is Christoph Scheiner, many, many years later. So here's Galileo at his most brilliant, faking the data to fit his theory, and getting away with it because, frankly, he was right. Again, you ask, is this a sign of being a bad scientist, or is this a sign of being a typical scientist? The philosophers of science tell us that all data are theory-laden. Every time you make a measurement, you already have in the back of your head what you're expecting to see. If you didn't, you wouldn't know how to interpret what you see. And more often than not, you see what you expect to see. I'm running way short of time, but I've got some, just mention the dispute about where the comets come from. Grassi writes a book in 1618 that sounds like he's a fan of Galileo, but he's observing the comet of 1618. He's got colleagues elsewhere, other Jesuits. They both observe it in Draco, regardless of where they're looking from. This makes them conclude that the comet is out beyond the moon, because we can't see any parallax. Galileo, under the guise of another name, makes fun of this, and basically he doesn't like the idea that comets are real and out there, because the Copernican system can't handle the fact that you don't see a parallax, much less the backwards motion that you see in other planets. Grassi writes a book under a different name that makes, among other things, says, obviously he doesn't know how the telescope works, which is actually true. But Grassi didn't understand how the telescope worked either. All of this comes to a head when Galileo writes the Essayer. The name is a pun. The Grassi book was basically saying, it's the astronomical balance. I'm going to put these ideas in a balance and see which one carries more weight. And Galileo says, I'm going to use a jeweler's scale. I'm going to be an assayer of fine metals, because I've got better balances than you do. In this book, Galileo comes up with some marvelous ideas about the philosophy of science. He comes up with some marvelous ideas about, eventually the invention of the microscope. He also insists that, of course, comets can't possibly be orbiting out among the planets. Mind you, Galileo had never seen a comet. He was sick in bed when the comet was visible in the sky. So he's violating his own principle of how physics ought to work. But you will also find in this book this long poem of praise about what a wonderful man Galileo was. And because it's a book published in Rome, it has to pass by a church censor. This is, 6-7 years after the first trial. The censor who approves this book, who writes in it, I am honored to be living at the same time as Galileo, because he will give glory to our era, which actually is true. You probably don't remember too many other people in Italy at that moment, except Galileo. Galileo defines that era. But the fellow who's heaping this praise on Galileo is a Dominican. One other little bit of science I want to throw in here to explain why, in spite of Galileo's marvelous bits of writing, the Essayer is such a beautiful piece of writing that Italian school kids will read it simply for the style of Italian, because he's a fabulous writer. Vitroli writes this book, again attempting to weigh the different systems. You can see the Copernican system on the right, on the left, and the Tycho Brahe system on the right. And which one is higher or which one is weightier, you can interpret that either way. This book is mostly famous because this is the book that has the map of the moon, which includes the modern names we use for craters. And notice that a number of the craters in a particular part of the sky are named for scientists who who believed in the heliocentric vision, from Copernicus to Kepler to Galileo to Aristarchus to, oh yeah, Riccioli himself. On the other hand, in this book, Riccioli, this is 20 years after the final Galileo trial, 10 years after Galileo's dead, 10, 12 years. The big argument is the argument of parallax. So, let me remind you how the argument from parallax works. This is a grossly exaggerated view of the sky. I'm sitting here. I'm looking at that star, and behind that star I see 3 other stars. Half a year later, I look at that same star. It's now in a very different part of the sky behind 2 other stars. If stars are located at different distances from the Earth, then their relative positions ought to shift if the Earth is moving. Of course, that depends on the idea that the stars are close enough that you can really see something obvious like that. How do we know how far away the stars are? Well, I'm stealing this from a friend of mine, Christopher Graney, who's written a couple of things in a book about this very topic. With the telescope, you see every star as a disk, and some disks are bigger than others. So, Galileo writes, measuring the size of a typical 6th magnitude star, I can see how big the disk is in my telescope, and that's a fraction of 1 over 2,160 of those across would be as big as the sun. Therefore, that star, working out the geometry absolutely well, should be 2,160, we would say, astronomical units away. The big mistake is that he thinks that the disk he sees in the telescope is actually the disk of the star, but it's not. What they did not know then was the effect of the wave nature of light. If you've ever been at a harbor and you see waves coming into the harbor, the waves don't just get blocked by the harbor walls and then come in straight lines like that. They spread out. All waves spread out when they go through an aperture. The smaller the aperture, the bigger the spread. And this is, you see this in a ripple tank in every physics lab. Well, take a look at the aperture of Galileo's telescope. It's pretty darn small. What you see in terms of the intensity of the light as a function of distance away from the center point, even if the light is a perfect point, in the telescope it's going to be spread across in what's called an airy disk. And if you're really lucky, you'll see little rings because it goes to 0 and then comes up and goes to 0 again. That's the airy disk. Now, if you've got a fainter object, the airy disk is the same size, it's just fainter. But looking through a telescope, you're not seeing all the way down to 0 brightness. The really faint light is too faint for your eye to see. So let's cut out all the faint light at the bottom end of this curve, and you can see the spread of what you can see is much bigger for a bright star than for a dim star. Galileo is interpreting this as to mean the bright stars are bigger because they're closer, and the fainter stars are fainter because they're far away. So, he proposes, if you could find some tiny star, which is to say a faraway one, by the telescope right close to a larger star, which is to say a brighter one, just work over a period of a year, and you should be able to see. He's proposing the experiment. Well, do we actually see bright stars really, really, really close to faint stars? Ever looked at the Big Dipper? In the handle of the Big Dipper, there's a pair of stars, Alcor and Mizar. And they're so interesting as a pair of close stars that I'm sure people with the first telescope would have looked to see what's going on. If you did look, you'd see something like that, which cut down the brightness. Mizar itself is a double star. A bright star and a faint star. We now know it's one star orbiting the other, and they're actually the same distance apart. Galileo didn't know that, Galileo, according to his notebooks, actually recorded this in 1617 and never saw the parallax motion. So what did he do? Never published it. Again, does this make him a criminal or does this make him typical? Famous story of Einstein. After he'd come up with general relativity, somebody in the 20s came to him and said, these guys at Cambridge have run an experiment to test general relativity, and your theory fails. And Einstein says, well, they screwed up their experiment, that's all. You know, God is subtle, he's not malicious. And Einstein was right. And Galileo was right. There's one last twist I want to add about the nature of Galileo as scientist. Because it's not just that Galileo was discovering cool things and making people think about maybe the order of the planets is different. Galileo is the beginning of a complete change in how people thought about themselves and their place in the universe. And I don't just mean where the physical place of the planets. There are three fundamental shifts from the ancient to a modern cosmology. The Golden Age mentality, the role of instruments, the standard of proof. You go to Italy, and you will see all around you the ruins of ancient Rome. Now, let's say it's 1400, and Rome is just recovering from the latest plague. And every day, as you're going across a really decimated Rome, you're seeing these ruins of the glory that was Rome. How can you not be faced every day with the truth that people in the past were so much better than we are? And we are a fallen civilization, and the best we can hope to do is to recover some of the ancient knowledge. And better than Rome, Atlantis. Atlantis was even better than the Romans were. And better than Atlantis, there's the Garden of Eden. Every culture and every story has this idea of a golden age that we are descended from. The old idea is that knowledge is gradually fading over time and gradually fading by the inevitable decay and destruction of things. You know, and my grandmother keeps telling me that things aren't nearly as good as they were in her day. You know, and it's only when you become grandmothers that you can tell your kids the same thing. That idea that things were much better in the past meant you would study ancient books because those were ambassadors from the past that would give you some of the knowledge that had otherwise been lost. You can find that even in the book we have in the display here of Newton, who spent all of his time trying to figure out that, you know, in the pyramids you can find evidence that the ancient Greeks and the ancient Egyptians really did know the calculus, and he was merely rediscovering what they knew. Even at the time of Newton, that idea is still holding sway. Contrast that with the modern, equally wrong idea that everybody in the past was stupid and that we're accumulating civilization, and as we get bigger and bigger and better, you know, steam engines and electricity, we'll be able to solve all of our human problems. Technology is the answer to everything. Both of those are false ideas. I mean, there is a fresco behind the altar in the chapel at the University of Rome that was painted in the 1930s during the time of Mussolini. I'm sure the quality of the pigments of the paint is better than what Michelangelo had to deal with, but trust me, the art is not. Some things may accumulate knowledge over the generations, like technology, but other things don't. The modern twist on this idea of ancient people were stupid is, of course, the belief that, oh, ancient people couldn't possibly have built the pyramids, therefore they must have been ancient astronauts. It's the same idea put on its head. The second point, which I'd raised before, the role of instruments in discovery. For the first time, you've got a gizmo that you need to have in order to see something. But if you don't know how to use the gizmo, you won't be able to see anything. Galileo had bad eyesight, so when he would focus the telescope, it was focused for his eyes. Other people had a hard time seeing anything through it. You guys who do amateur astronomy, you know that you probably have to spend as much on your tripod as you do on your telescope to get a really... We know who invented the telescope. I'm not sure who it was who invented the tripod, but that was equally important. On his way back from Florence during his big trip in 1610, Galileo stops off in Bologna, and he sets up the telescope by dangling it from a tree to look at Jupiter. Nobody can see anything through it. The field of view is dreadful anyway. It's really hard to find things. And Martin Horkey writes a book making fun of Galileo and saying this telescope is utter nonsense. How do you convince people that you've discovered something when it requires you to use an instrument that they can't use? We take that for granted now, including scientists who use instruments where I have no idea how to build a microprobe. I can't even build a modern telescope. I know how to use it. Not the same thing. There is also the fact that, for the first time, Galileo is finding things that are not in any ancient book. And he's telling his readers, wait a minute, there's more to come. That is a shattering of the Golden Age mentality, because now I've got something that the ancients never talked about, a telescope. And finally, there is a shift that Galileo hasn't quite gotten to yet in terms of what constitutes proof. Galileo was looking for a mathematical proof that the sun stood still and the earth is moving. There is no such proof. Galileo was not aware of even a modern physicist. Well, this is the most likely answer to 5 sigma. I can do the statistics. Statistics hadn't been invented. But for that matter, the real advantage of the Copernican system, or much even more the Kepler system, over the old Ptolemaic system was not that one was more accurate in describing the positions of the planets, but that the Kepler system gives rise to deeper insights as to what's going on, insights that you could not have gotten from the Ptolemaic system. And that's a philosophy of science that I think even most modern scientists don't quite grasp. What makes one theory better than the other? So these are the standard of proof. I just want to end with this one. All of this, from what I'm saying about Galileo as a scientist, was he a hero or a villain? You know, any idea that occurs in Galileo's writings, probably you can find them in Sarpi's notebooks. So he didn't think of any of those ideas, right? Yeah, he distrusted authority because somebody told him to. His dad told him to. His teachers told him to. Authorities told him to distrust authority. And he was nasty to his friends in Venice. But when he looked through the telescope, he was able to understand what he was seeing. What's more, he understood why it was important and why it mattered. He understood what a lot of my nerd friends don't get, why it's important to not just discover something, but to tell people about it. That science is a communal activity, and that it is only rich and only fertile and only worth doing when you can convince people, even if it means giving away telescopes, giving away the secret of how you got this knowledge. He was not one to keep things secret. He had, for all of his enemies, his kids and his followers, many of whom were priests, some of whom were Jesuits, deeply loved him and supported him even at the low point. And finally, even when his city didn't support him and when his church put him on trial for horribly unfair things, he remained faithful to them. He never turned his back on Florence. He never fled to the Protestant north like he might have done. He listened and obeyed the church because his goal was not to become rich and famous so much in these trials, but to convince the church of what he himself thought was true. And for that, I think he's a hero. I think at the end of the day, we all can be proud of Galileo as a human being. As an Italian, we can be proud of him because he's a great Italian, for all of his quirks and his Italian personality. And as a Catholic, I can be proud of him. Well, not the first Catholic to ever get in trouble with the church. Cardinal Bellarmine had books that were on the index for a while. And so I think he is a hero. He is a man of his times, but also the first modern scientist, for better or worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Guy, for that perspective on Galileo as a human being. If a great scientist is a human being, then maybe some of us human beings can contribute to science as well. We'll go ahead and take time for one or two questions.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I went way over, even though I took out half my slides. So, but if there are any questions, feel free, and then we'll have the discussion at 4 o'clock, of course. I think they're all eager to see the next talk, so we should probably let go on. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Tony Hay, Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. Hay graduated from Oxford with bachelor's and master's degrees in physics. He served as a postdoctoral fellow in particle physics at Caltech and worked with Richard Feynman and Murray Gell-Mann, both winners of the Nobel Prize. He then moved to Geneva, Switzerland as a fellow at CERN for 2 years. He held a position in particle physics for about 15 years at the University of Southampton with visiting fellowships at Caltech and MIT. And actually, I realize we'll need a minute or two to switch out. So I'll go ahead and finish the introduction, but we'll take a 2-minute break while we switch out the technology. So Dr. Hay moved from particle physics to computer science in the mid-1980s. In 1986, he became professor of computation at Southampton and dean of engineering and applied science in 1999. In 1990, he served as a visiting fellow at IBM Research, and in 1998, he was a visiting fellow at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. From 2005 to 2014, Hay served as vice president of Microsoft Research Connections. Dr. Hay's many books include Einstein's Mirror, the Feynman Lectures on Computation, The Computing Universe, The New Quantum Universe, and The Fourth Paradigm, Data-Intensive Scientific Discovery. And Dr. Hay, it's an honor to welcome you to Galileo's World Symposium. Dr. Hay's talk will be on Galileo, new technology, and big data. So we'll take a 2-minute break to set up the technology, and then Dr. Hay will begin. Thank you.
That would be great. And the PC? So actually, fortunately, come this
so
one here.
there's this.
No, don't worry about so. Okay. Okay. Thank you for waiting. I apologize for the delay. So I feel somewhat intimidated in the presence of so many experts on Galileo, since I'm certainly not a historian of science. I'm merely an amateur. So what I would, however, like to do is sort of echo some of the talks we've heard today about Galileo's use of new technology, the telescope, and I'll also bring in the fact that data was critical in this period, transition in the 17th century to a heliocentric model, and then we'll move on to where we've got to in the 21st century. So Galileo, new technology and big data. My knowledge was sparked many years ago by reading Koestler's book, The Sleepwalkers, which sort of made a hero of Kepler and not quite a villain of Galileo, but nonetheless wasn't eulogistic about Galileo. What I would recommend is another one I read, which is a novel. It's a novelization of the lives of Copernicus and Kepler, and it's a really fascinating book of the way they survived in the times, turbulent times that they lived. So these were my original, sparked my interest in astronomy, and later on, more recently, I read the book nobody read, which was Owen Gingerich, who we've heard today in previous talks. Koestler said that nobody read De Revolutionibus, the Copernicus book. And by a chance encounter with a first edition in Edinburgh, Gingerich was puzzled because it clearly wasn't true that this one clearly had been read and annotated severely. And so in the end, he started this quest, and I think he looked at 600 copies of the first edition, and they were lavishly annotated and clearly had been read extremely carefully. And in his book, Gingerich also has this, which is Galileo's own edition of De Revolutionibus, with the corrections required by the Inquisition. And so here, the insisted hypothesis was inserted here, and Galileo had faithfully put those in. So these were my inspirations, and this is really my sort of surface knowledge at the popular level of Galileo and his contributions. So what I'm going to talk about then is new technology and big data, the 17th century version, and then talk a little bit about what all this stuff that Galileo and Kepler started, where it's got to in the 21st century. And then I'd like to broaden it out a little bit to see how this revolution that's happening in astronomy nowadays is happening in many other sciences. And this I'm going to call the fourth paradigm, data-intensive scientific discovery, and I'll try and make that plausible. And then a subject dear to my heart, which is about reproducibility. How do you check that this result is real, not forgery and not fakes and so on? And the whole issue of open science. And I was very fascinated by Paolo's talk this morning about open access to historical documents, and I hadn't thought of that, and I think that's a very bold venture. And this is the same sort of revolution that we're in at the moment. So, let's get going. So, Galileo, as we've heard, didn't invent the telescope, and probably Lippershey didn't either, but he had the first patent, or at least applied for the patent. He was a Dutch spectacle maker up in Holland, and he wasn't awarded the patent, but Galileo heard about the telescope, and I learned from the previous talk that he actually probably heard about it from Sarpi, but with or without Sarpi's help, he improved the magnification of these early primitive telescopes by more than a factor of 10, and as we've heard, remarkably was able to observe these remarkable things, the mountains and what he calls seas on the moon, which were obviously not seas, saw the moons of Jupiter, which were moving around like a mini Copernican system around Jupiter, the phases of Venus, just like the phases of the moon, all consistent with things going around the sun, and sunspots and the rotation of the sun, and lots of new stars that were not seen by the naked eye. So what does that mean about the Aristotelian view? So all these were suggestive that the planets orbit the sun and not the Earth, but again, as we heard, not conclusive. So what I would have then showed, but I won't show it now because we've seen many of the pictures, but one of the tools that we developed in my time at Microsoft Research with Curtis Wong, who is a very innovative man at doing scientific visualization, he invented a tool called Worldwide Telescope, and you can really zoom in and zoom out on galaxies all over the universe, and it's a wonderful way of looking at astronomy, not only in the visible but also the other wavelengths. And in addition to that, besides these data sets which you can observe with Worldwide Telescope, you can do a tour. You can take an expert and guide you through these data sets. So what I'd recommend you do is you look at Professor Alyssa Goodman's Galileo tour in Worldwide Telescope, and she discussed those same observations that you saw in Guy's talk there. So I won't show this now. But so that's the new technology, and it really did enable a breakthrough, and we've heard about that in the previous lecture. The other hero is really Tycho Brahe and Johannes Kepler. Tycho was a Danish nobleman who really didn't want to go into the military or become a political. He really wanted to do science and make measurements of the stars and the planets, the moving, wandering stars that you could see in the night sky. And this was in the days before telescopes, and you had to have a sort of apparatus where you measured the angle between the fixed star and the planet, and you measured it as accurately as you could, and that was how you determined the positions of the planets. And those were the data people had used to build the Ptolemaic Aristotelian model of Earth-centric systems. But Tycho actually persuaded the King of Denmark to give him an island called Haven in Denmark, and he built a very elaborate palace, Uniborg it was called, and in it he developed his own measuring apparatus, these much more accurate ways of measuring these angles. So he was measuring these things. This is a picture of one of the things which is actually built into the house, and so he used these well before the advent of the telescope to make very, very detailed measurements of the positions of the planets. He also saw a nova, he called it, but a new star, but we would probably recognize it now as a supernova, and we'll come back to things like that in a moment. He did tend to get into arguments, and he got very possessive about his data because he felt people were stealing his data. And it was actually Kepler realized that he wanted to do some calculations using accurate data of his models of the orbits of the planets, and he eventually became an assistant to Brahe when he'd moved to Prague. But there was a great deal of distrust, and it was really almost on Brahe's deathbed that he actually finally allowed Kepler to have real control of his data. And this is the big data of the time, and what Kepler did, he didn't prove the Tycho system, that's what Tycho actually wanted him to do, but he did publish the Rudolphine tables, again, which we've seen in the exhibitions, and you see this dedicated Tycho, which is actually Kepler is also on the title page, but this is really Tycho's data, and it's enormously elaborate amount of calculations and detailed things. Huge effort to do at the same time as he was moving house, trying to get his wife, his children were dying, there was Protestants who were being persecuted, there was a war going on, and there was the plague. It's absolutely astounding to me. You know, we hear people worrying about the permanence of postdocs and things like this. These guys had no permanence, and they produced some amazingly detailed stuff with the technology of the time. So with this data, Kepler was able then to study the orbit of Mars, and he worked and worked and worked and spent ages and ages doing calculations, trying to fit it to a circle, because that was the Aristotelian perfect shape, and you had circles on circles with the epicycles, but because the data was sufficiently accurate, you couldn't do it. It wouldn't actually fit, because there were these 8 arc minutes, which actually you couldn't ignore, and it wouldn't actually fit. And it was the accuracy of Brahe's data that forced him to eventually realize that it was a squashed circle, yes, but it was actually an ellipse. And of course, he eventually realized that it was actually a very elegant solution, because the sun was at the foci, one of the foci of the ellipse, and that was Kepler's first law. And he also had this, although he made errors in actually getting this, but nonetheless it's correct, that the motion, planets move at different speeds, but they trace out equal areas in the same time, depending on where they are in their orbit. And in a later publication, to me, is one of the first physical laws put in mathematical form, that the period of the planet, P, and the length of half the length of the axis, the major axis M, P squared over M cubed, is the same for all of the planets. And that's something that Newton could use to test his theory of gravity. So this was really all made possible by the big data that was collected by Tycho Brahe so painstakingly over 20 years. And actually Kepler was the only person really who could make sense of it and publish the data in the form that we now know. So that's what I mean by technology and big data. And what I'd like now to look at is how we've progressed from the 17th century to the 21st century. So what I'd like to start with is one of the things that I'm particularly interested in. It's a thing called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. And this is a truly transformative experiment. It was a very high-resolution camera which measured not only high-resolution images, but also the spectra of stars and galaxies. And so there's a sort of millions of objects in this catalogue, and probably 800,000 galaxies and 100,000 quasars and so on. Huge amounts of data there, and it comes in the spectra as well as the photographs. And these are large numbers. terabytes of data, 120 terabytes. So these are big numbers compared to the megabytes and gigabytes that we're all familiar with from our PCs and so on. So at the time, these were very large numbers. They started the project in 1992. It started taking data around the turn of the century. And Microsoft researcher Jim Gray, who won the Turing Award, was actually a collaborator on this. And he was very much a doer. And he wanted to collaborate with astronomers because he was one of the pioneers of databases. And when you put your card into an ATM, what happens is what's called a two-phase commit. You put your card in, your number in, and so on, and then it gives you money and simultaneously takes money out of your bank account. And that requires a process that requires both sides to commit. So Jim was one of the 3 or 4 people I know who are credited with inventing two-phase commit. But he was a big database man, and he realized at this time the banks and everybody else who used databases didn't have as much data as the astronomers, and he wanted to test the limits of databases and things like that. And he particularly liked astronomy data because, as he said, the data has absolutely no commercial value. So you can do what you like with it. There isn't privacy conditions and so on. There was a project called the National Virtual Observatory in the US, and it's like all large projects, you inevitably get large numbers of meetings, and you discuss this, and you can't do that, you can't do this, and they go on interminably. And Jim Gray hated such things. He didn't like meetings. And so one summer, he got very frustrated that they were discussing doing things without actually doing anything. So he and Alex Saleh, who is an astronomer at Johns Hopkins, got a couple of Alex's students, and they built one of the first what's called a web service that enables you to go and access data on the machine, the web server, and actually go and get the images. So what they did, they put up all the data of the Sloan Digital Sky Survey on a thing they call the Sky Server. And what that did was transform the public's, it captured the public's interest in astronomy, these beautiful images that they got, these wonderful pictures of galaxies and stars and so on. And so it's had hundreds of millions of web hits over the years. It's had more than a million different users of this astronomy database, but there's only 10 to 15,000 professional astronomers. So, you know, it's much more than just the professional community. It's produced serious papers. It's delivered, you know, lots of enthusiastic teaching in schools and other venues. And it's an interesting paradigm because, as I said, there were sort of 800,000 galaxies there, and there are only 15,000 astronomers. You can't, there's no way that the astronomers can look at each one individually before you publish. So the data is published before anybody's written any scientific papers on it. And so it's an interesting platform, and it also lends itself is that you can enlist the public. And so there's a project called Galaxy Zoo, run by people at Oxford University, put up this thing where they enlisted the public's help in classifying types of galaxies, whether they were elliptical or spiral and so on. And it turns out the people are much better doing that than machines. And so they had hundreds of thousands of volunteers classifying galaxies and things like that. And they found they have published some serious papers as a result, the citizen science papers. This is one of the things that they saw. She's a Dutch school teacher called Hanny van Arkel. She saw this funny, strange voorwerp as an object over here, this blue galaxy. It's the bluest galaxy we've ever seen. Was it an error in the plates? Was it a glitch in the thing? Well, it actually wasn't, and they actually got Hubble space-time to go and look at this object, and it is a really very interesting astronomical object. So it is possible, by making the data available, to bring it to a larger people, to increase people's interest in science and actually give them a chance to do some participation. So that was really, at the turn of the century, that was a seminal moment in astronomy, and now we're seeing much bigger surveys. And NASA had a plan for putting up new satellites, new telescopes up into space. And so what we've seen from Galileo's first telescope, which was, as we heard, incredibly primitive, and it's amazing you could see anything through it. We've now seen this huge survey transforming a quarter of the night sky. They've examined in huge detail and found out all sorts of wonderful things. But where has astronomy gone since Galileo? Well, NASA has these great observatories programs. This is a Compton Gamma Ray experiment, no longer working. This is Chandra X-ray telescope, and this is the Hubble Space Telescope, and this is the infrared telescope over here, and Spitzer infrared. And you see gamma rays, X-rays, visible light, infrared. This is the spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum. We see these, but infrared comes from, we have infrared ovens and so on, X-rays in hospitals and so on. And astronomers are rather strange people. They tend to classify each other by wavelength. It's a strange thing, but that's what they do. They call themselves, or in this case, planetary, and so on. So, nonetheless, as a result, you can see all sorts of new features about the stars. So the new technology is enabling new discoveries. This is the Crab Nebula from 1054, observed by the Hubble in visible light. And this is the picture of the Hubble Space Telescope taken from the shuttle. This is the Spitzer infrared telescope, and behind it you see the Milky Way in the infrared light looks really rather spectacular and rather different than the visible light. And this is the same Crab Nebula seen in infrared light. And so what you see is we're now able to look at objects in a variety of wavelengths and put it together. And so this is radio, optical, infrared. But over here, you see the X-ray. When the star explodes, what's left behind is a neutron star which rotates. And that's the pulsar at the beginning, at the middle. And this is visible, if you like, the energy coming out from the pulsar in the X-ray spectrum. And that's what you see here. And so lots of insights from looking at different telescopes, different wavelengths, and different places. Instead of having them on Earth, you can put them up in satellites and so on. So huge developments since Galileo, but all along the same lines that you actually go and make measurements, you go and look, you go and actually go and don't have preconceived notions you've decided in your armchair, you actually go and take measurements. So I was fortunate last month, I'm on the trustee for the AUI, who are the organization tasked by NSF to run the radio astronomy observatories in the US, and by extension also the ALMA telescope, which is actually located in Chile. So it stands for Atacama Large Millimeter and Submillimeter Array, and it's at this really spectacular site. This is up 16,500 feet. They do a test for you at 12,000, and if you don't pass your blood pressure test, they don't let you go up. Even if they do let you go up, they give you a little oxygen can to squeeze to be able to walk around if you're feeling trouble. And so here are these 66 radio telescopes, and it's an interferometer thing. It's a very long wavelength, so in order to get precision, you have to make a very large dish. Well, you can't make gigantic dishes, but you can make equivalent by putting all these out there and bringing them together as if they're one big dish. And so this is called synthetic aperture interferometry, and this is the radio telescope, which is now, it cost $1 billion, and it's up now working up at 16,500 feet. And in this station up here, the up station, you find this thing. Now this is not the sort of thing you'd normally see at 16,500 feet. It's a petaflop computer. This is like one of the fastest supercomputers in the world. It's a rather specialized supercomputer. It doesn't use the standard Intel chips. It uses special purpose chips. But nonetheless, it does the processing needed to bring all the signals together, and you have to make sure you've got the distance right, the actual location of the thing. You've got to get all that critically together, and then you do some calculations in this machine called a correlator, and this is actually up at 16,500 feet. It must be the highest supercomputer in the world by a long way. So, though I have seen some interesting supercomputers, the one at Berkeley you go to the Berkeley one in Berkeley lab, and it's actually on a floor that can move 10 inches in each direction in case of an earthquake. Well, this is similarly exotic. So what sort of science do they get from this? From this particular wavelength, this millimeter wavelength radio, you look at the interstellar gas rather than the stars. So you can see the stuff from which planets form, from which galaxies and stars form. So you see different type of science by looking at these different wavelengths. And so this has now been operational for a few years, and the first results looking at circumstellar disks and exoplanets, and lovely pretty pictures, but lots of analysis has to go into that in order to make sense of it. And then you can also look at chemistry of complex molecules, looking at the chemistry of the interstellar medium. So lots of interesting new data emerging from this new window on the world, looking in the millimeter range of radio astronomy. And it's a super place to visit. It's astounding. Okay, so not content with things like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, the ALMA telescopes, the Hubble and all that stuff, astronomers are really ambitious, and this is one of the more ambitious ones that's not yet complete, but it's started being built. It's called the Large Synoptic Sky Survey, LSST. Its construction, again, it's very close to where the ALMA telescope was in northern Chile, up in the Atacama, and it's scheduled for operation in 2023. And this is different. What it's intended to do is to do scanning much faster than Sloan, so you can look at the same patch of sky very regularly, and if you see something happen, you can go back there and see how the radiation changes or how the brightness changes. You can look at dynamic details of astronomy. So you'll look at these, what are called transient events. You'll visit each patch of the sky in the whole survey 1,000 times, and obviously if you see something interesting, you can actually go back there more frequently, and you can follow these transient events. So it's going to give you a new window on understanding stellar dynamics and all the things that go on up in the heavens. Well, that's being built, and with the a global collaboration, and this is another global collaboration called the Square Kilometre Array, which is even more ambitious. So that's more ambitious than the Sloan. This is even ambitious by several orders of magnitude again, and they're going to have, what do they claim, 100 times sensitivity, 10 to the 6 times faster imaging. It's interferometer, like I tried to explain. It's again going to need huge amounts of computing and processing, and what it is, this is, they have two sites. One is in Australia, in Western Australia, near Perth, and the other one is in southern Africa, in South Africa. And they're going to have two types of dishes, and they're going to do various things there. Again, full operation is just being initiated, the construction of it, and they hope to have full operation, again, around 2023. So again, this is really all starting from Galileo's individual telescope, and these will produce not just small amounts of data that we've argued about, the drawings and so on that Galileo made of the moon. These will produce much more data than you could possibly hope to take away in a USB stick. So normally, you could take your data away in one of these. It has gigabytes. It's much too much data, and you need to worry about the metadata and how to make sense of it, how to analyze it, what people have done before you got the data, and so on. Lots of difficult things to do. And then, breaking news. So I thought I'd just put this in. I heard Stephen Colbert last night and Brian Greene talking about the LIGO experiments that enable gravity waves, and it was quite interesting hearing Stephen Colbert looking at a laser interferometer. They were demonstrating how it works. It's a very simple thing. This is a 4-kilometer right angles, and you send laser beam. You have a laser here. You split it, send one up there and bounces back and comes back, and this one goes up here and bounces back, and you look at interference patterns in the very classical sense of physics. And as a gravity wave goes past, gravity distorts the whole of the mass and gravity are related, and the mass is affected by the gravity wave, and so that they actually have small changes in the path lengths. And you can measure that by the small changes in the interference pattern. And that's what they've done to an incredible accuracy, using two sites, one in Hanford, Washington, and one on the East Coast. And they've actually managed to detect what was said on the Colbert Show was half the size of an atom displacement. And it's believed to come from a simulation of two black holes colliding and merging, and as they do that, they emit these ripples in the whole of the gravity of space-time, and these are what we're observing way, many light years later, and that's what was observed last October. So this enables you, if you can repeat this, if you can do it in a way that is mass producible on many different types of events, you can hope to see multiple events involving, you know, black holes and extra active galactic nuclei, quasars, and all that sort of stuff. Things that are very extreme events, and this is nothing to do with electromagnetic spectrum, which you can shut off by putting screening. You can't screen gravity, and so you see you'll have a new window on all sorts of different events in the universe. And this, I would argue, was all started by Galileo looking at the stars. So, I talked a bit about Jim Gray. I also am amused to find this photograph of Jim Gray on his boat. I can find on the web and download for free. It's actually one I took. I didn't put it up on the web. I know it's mine because this is my daughter-in-law's knee. All right. Anyway, so it's fine. Under a Creative Commons license, I have no problem. But that's Jim Gray, and unfortunately, a year or so later, Jim disappeared on that very same boat and was never seen again. So Jim died at sea some years ago. So he was the one who worked with the astronomers, and because he'd worked with astronomers, he'd worked with biologists, he'd worked with the National Library of Medicine, he'd come to a view of how science was changing. And so these are some slides that I put together to illustrate that. You have these big experiments like the particle physics, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN cost many millions of dollars to build it, thousands of experimentalists doing it, and they have big budgets from which they can have software budgets, hardware budgets, and so on. And they really do large amounts of analysis. And the astronomers and the particle physicists here in data volume, they have, not megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes, but petabytes and soon to be exabytes. So they have huge amounts of data. Most people don't have so much data, so this is where I would think bioinformatics comes. And then there's large numbers of environmental scientists who have lots of amounts of moderate-sized data, but lots of different types. So rather than say big data, which I apologize for using in the title, but it is the sort of hype at the moment in the IT industry, big data, but it's probably best to talk about, you can have volume, you can have variety, because in genomics what happens, you have gene sequences, which are just sequences of letters. You have array expression, which tells you what the gene, which protein it expresses. Then you have the protein structure, you have the pathways. How do you get information from all those things? You have to get geneticists to talk to chemists, to talk to biochemists. They may be in different buildings, different databases, different countries, and you have to put all that together to get information. It's a much more challenging task, in some ways, I would say, as an ex-particle physics, than just particle physics, which is just two particles coming in and a spray going out, or astronomers, which is just a pretty picture of a star. So, so I think these are more challenging things to get from data to information to knowledge. And then the long tail of science, the vast majority of scientists, a researcher and the postdoc, couple of grad students, these are the people, environmental scientists, biologists, and so on, who haven't yet got big needs for data, but they are getting overwhelmed by the amounts of data that they're getting under their terms. And they're the people, they don't have specialist software to do it, they tend to use Excel and things like that to do their data analysis. So variety is important, velocity, if you have a sensor network bringing data in from sensors like you have in Oklahoma, you have these wonderful radar sensors to help you give warning of extreme weather events like tornadoes, and the data comes streaming in, and you have to analyze the data as it comes in. That's what I mean by velocity. And then, of course, veracity. You have to worry about what's been done to the data before it gets to the scientist. There's a famous story about the ozone hole. It was actually discovered in Antarctica by British Antarctic scientists, measuring it with instruments standing on the ground. And they found this amazing lack of ozone and this ozone hole above the Antarctic. But NASA were a bit puzzled by that because they'd had a satellite measuring ozone for some years before that, which should have seen it. Fortunately, they'd kept their metadata, so they were able to go back to their data and see why they didn't see it. And the reason was they had a sort of statement: if the ozone level is below this level, it must be an error, so discard. All right? And that's what they'd done. So it had been seen a long time ago, but before they gave it to the scientists, they'd thrown out the relevant data. Okay. So knowing what's been done to it, the provenance is extremely important before you get to the scientist. So this is, I used to call it e-science, but I think Jim is correct to call it the fourth paradigm. So let me just see if I can make that plausible. We've seen what Galileo, Newton, and what they started: experimental science, making measurements, and then summarizing those measurements like Kepler and Newton, and obviously Maxwell and Schrödinger. You can summarize a lot of science in these equations, which you can then analyze mathematically in certain situations and make predictions for what you could see experimentally. And historically, for the last hundreds of years, those are the two paradigms that we've used to make progress in science, to get an understanding of nature. But in the 1950s, we invented digital computers, and they give you another way of examining science. You have the equations, but they're too complex to solve. There are too many variables. That's, for example, for weather prediction or climate prediction, or for galaxy formation, black hole collisions. You can't do the equations analytically, and you can't do the experiments of climate prediction. We're doing one now, but we can't change it. We can't go and look at different possible configurations and what would happen if you change this. So doing computer simulations, computer modeling, gives you new types of insights. And Ken Wilson, who was a Nobel Prize winner in physics in the 1970s, called this the third paradigm. Because here, besides knowing experiment and theory, you need to know those, of course, but you need to train students to know about numerical methods, algorithms, parallel computers, programming, all these different types of skills, which typically you didn't have to know when you were just using the traditional theoretical and experimental methods. So this has been around with us for the last 60 years or so. But what Jim observed, what we observed in the UK doing e-science, was that many scientists now are becoming overwhelmed by data. We have all these things that can generate data so much more quickly than in the past. So we have captured by instruments, the Large Hadron Collider, gene sequencing. We used to take ages to sequence a human genome. Soon we'll be routinely having this. Every time we go to hospital, they'll sequence our genome. That'll just happen. And so instead of having almost no genomic data, we have too much. There's simulations. Computers produce huge amounts of simulation data, sensor networks. And e-science, I would say, are the tools that enable you to use this. But this is the sort of skills. How do you classify the data? How do you manipulate it? How do you move a petabyte? How do you organize it? What's a schema in a database? How do you visualize it? How do you analyze it? These are the new types of skills, data science skills, as opposed to computational science skills that you need to teach people doing research nowadays. And the good thing is, they have all these skills of doing data analysis, and if they can't get a job in the university, they can get paid twice that by working in industry. So it's a pretty good deal. So this is just an example that we did when I was at Microsoft. This is the vision of personalized medicine. There's these single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs they're called, which are just one base pair is different in this gene to this gene. And there are diseases who actually, if you have that defect, that particular variation, then you're going to get this disease. And there are some diseases which are like that, but more often it's more complex. It's partly multiple gene defects and also the environment. But in principle, you could actually do your gene sequence and you can find out what the disease is, you can find out how likely it is you'll get a disease, but also, I mean, the drug there's some horrible statistic that of the drugs you take, I mean, I think 30% have no effect. And if you could figure out, you know, what drugs I should have and what drugs you should have, which ones work for your gene sequences, which ones work for mine, you'd save a lot of money and also be more effective at curing people. So this is the promise of personalized medicine. We just did an experiment to show the sort of things you can do. So this is using public data from the Wellcome Trust for 7 common diseases with several thousand subjects' data of the gene sequences. And instead of just looking at single SNPs, we looked at correlations of pairs of gene defects, which were about 60 billion of them, to see whether they were associated with any particular disease that these candidates got among these 7 diseases. So it takes, you know, 1,000 compute years to do the analysis. That's a lot of time on a PC, and produces a lot of data. But actually, because you can now do this using computing up in the cloud, we were able, as an experiment, to use 27,000 cores just for 2 weeks to get the results. And what you find that these 2 particular defects, just one example, are implicated in a form of coronary artery disease. And that's just one example. So it takes lots of computation using complicated state-of-the-art statistics. Machine learning is the buzzword here. And you look at large amounts of data. So that's an example from genomics. This is another example. It's called the NSF's Ocean Observatory Initiative. And what they're trying to do is actually understand what goes on under the sea. At the moment, what happens is, you know, a PI and 2 grad students get on a boat and go out for 2 months and come back and take their data on a stick back to the lab and analyze it. Instead of that, they will be able to get data coming in 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So instead of being data poor, they'll be data rich. And so there's this whole array of different types of technologies. Some of them are, I would say, buoys in England, but you would call them buoys, go up and down and give you data and so on. And they have various other types of technologies all around the Americas. And I'm going to concentrate on this one, this is, of course, the Ring of Fire, where all these earthquakes take place. They've taken place all the way along here and in Alaska. But just where I am, in Seattle and Portland and Vancouver, there hasn't been a major one for 200 years. They come around every 200 years or so. So it does seem like a good idea to put something down on the Juan de Fuca plate, which goes underneath the American plate here. And so they're actually looking at cabling. Actually, they've installed cabling on the Juan de Fuca plate, and they're actually being able to monitor, putting all sorts of apparatus, making measurements of temperature, salinity, but also video, also different types of robots you can control on the seafloor and things like that. So you're going to get huge amounts of data. You're going to be able to look at all sorts of different types of science, which we've only scratched the surface, literally. And so you have all these complicated physical systems, evaporation, you have here, these are sort of mini volcanoes on the plate, and these things called mounts, and some of them have little eruptions from now. There's one happening now, and you can go to the website and go and see the video coming in from under the sea right now of one of these eruptions. And so you can see all these things are going to transform our knowledge of the whole ecosystem underneath the ocean. And that's going to be critically important, because oceans are going to be changed very much by climate change, more acidic and all that sort of stuff. Maybe the salmon will die out, maybe the shellfish can't form shells and so on. It's really very urgent to understand better oceans and life. And of course, then there's global climate modeling. And so there are many things you can do there. You can increase the resolution, make it smaller so you can get more detailed predictions. or said you can do the same thing but do many copies so you can understand what small variations, these are what ensembles, or you can make complex things, you can include more effects, you can include biology as well as the usual meteorology and so on. And you can also include extra data, Earth observation data and so on. So again, these models get incredibly complicated. And they involve computing, but also large amounts of data. So my new lab, Rutherford Lab in the UK, we have this machine. It's called the Jasmine machine. It pioneers for the Center for Environmental Data Analysis. This is a picture of it. But what it doesn't say very much here, it's a supercomputer next to a data store, right next. So they have a huge data store very closely connected to compute. So you put compute and data together so you can do these sorts of analysis very easily, instead of having your supercomputer over here and your data over there, and it has to go from over the network and takes ages to get there and so on. So this is you will see these type of architectures becoming much more important in the future. Again, this is new technology for environmental data. Okay, so let me come to the concluding part of the talk, which is about open access, which we've heard a lot today. I think 2013 was a tipping point. Open access movement's been going on around the world for some time. All started probably by Paul Ginsparg and Jordine up in Los Alamos many years ago in the early 1990s. But the White House memo now has actually written asking all the major funding agencies, that's NSF, DOE, DARPA, DOD, and so on, all these agencies now have to have plans for how they will make the results of the research that you funded with your taxes and my taxes. We funded this research, why shouldn't we be able to see it? And that's what they've asked them to do, to have a plan to support increased public access to the results of research funded by the federal government. Now, previously, we'd taken that to be just the scientific paper. But increasingly, if you want to know what's happening and how the person in the scientific paper got the results, you really need to actually have the data on which their analysis is based. You want to be able to go from the paper to the data. And so that's what this also defines research results to encompass not only the research paper, but also the digital record of factual material commonly accepted in the scientific community as necessary to validate research finding, including data sets used to support scholarly publications. So now that's got everybody. All the agencies now have a plan, and so when you submit a proposal to NSF or whatever, you have to have a data management plan. What are you going to do with your data? How are you going to make some of it available to other people to check your results? And this, in some sense, is a very reasonable requirement. But on the other hand, what we can't afford to do is keep all the data. So how do you make sure that you keep the data that's worth keeping and not bother and waste time and effort keeping data that nobody needs? And so that's the challenge, and it's an expensive challenge, and therefore that's what everybody's now struggling with. Jim Gray was very much influenced when he worked with the National Library of Medicine, because they were inspired by Paul Ginsparg and Archive from Los Alamos, and they insisted that if you get a grant from the National Institutes of Health, you have to put not just the abstract of your paper, but the full text of your paper within a year of publication, you have to put in this database called PubMed Central. And they introduced this some time ago, long before the memorandum, and it was 20% of the people bothered to do it. George W. Bush signed it into law that they had to do it, and the number went up from 20% to around 70%. So what do you do about the remaining 30%? Well, NIH have said, well, actually, you've had your chance, so now when your grant comes up for renewal, we will check whether you've put your papers in PubMed Central. And if you haven't, we'll delay your grant. As a result, the numbers have been going up 0.5% a month for the last year or so. So in the end, you do need to get punitive, but okay. But the reason I put this slide up, because admittedly, it helps if you have several hundred million to run your digital library, as you can appreciate. It's nice to have a lot of money. So here you have the papers, and here you have databases which are carefully annotated and curated, and so you can go from the paper to the database, you can go to different databases, you can do a thorough exploration, you can do research just here, and you can add your own data and publish again. So they have a nice little tool here, and so that was Jim Gray's vision of what we should be doing globally. Now, we don't all have several hundred million to construct the National Library of Medicine. Archaeologists and people don't have that sort of money, but so we have to do it in a much more Wild West. We have, institutional repositories, subject repositories, with databases and so on, and we have to put it together with federated search tools. But the vision, and I think this is where I'd like to end, is saying why it's important. It's important because of research reproducibility. And this is what they told me when I visited the National Library of Medicine. They're concerned about this issue. 2,000 retracted articles in PubMed in 2012, 20% were retracted because of errors, and 67% because of misconduct of one time. It might be fraud, it might actually be duplication, you publish it elsewhere, it might be plagiarism, but nonetheless, these are worrying numbers. But I think these are more worrying. The pharma companies Bayer and Amgen tried to reproduce the results that are published in these journals, and they found that they estimated that between 60 and 70% of the results that they studied may be non-reproducible. One specific thing was done by Amgen, who looked at 53 specific cancer papers published in Science and Nature, and they were only able to reproduce 7 out of the 53. That's not to say that the others were wrong. There may be not enough data, or it may be that the Amgen scientists weren't very good, but nonetheless, it's sufficiently disturbing that you really need to do something about it. So linking the papers to the publications gives you a chance of checking these things. And then you need people who can do the checks, who can do the analysis. I just wanted to say a little bit about the sort of people I'm talking about, data scientists. I'm really talking about scientific data scientists, the people who you're going to train here to look up the huge volumes of data coming. And I would distinguish at least 3 categories. One are the data engineers. These are the people who build the things that get the data. They get the data from the machines and put it into a form that they can give to scientists who can do the data analysis. But the scientists may need help with people from statisticians, from computer scientists, and applied mathematicians who can do the analysis using the best tools to find very subtle signals which are not nonsense, but which are actually real signals in the data. And then finally, you need something like a librarian, a data steward, someone who will think about what data do you want to keep, how will you curate it, what metadata do you want to put with it, and so on. And so these 3 sort of things are aspects of data science. These are the things that I think the modern universities need to get to grips with. And in fact, it's epitomized by this slide. How we worked in the past, Newton said we stand on the shoulders of giants. He was talking about Kepler and Galileo and so on. In practice, the PI stands on the shoulders of postdocs and grad students, as we all know. But increasingly, you'll see another layer, and the other layer will be people who can write clever scientific software and people who can do data analysis. And my worry is how we get career paths for these sort of people, because they're not getting the highlight of the papers, and the postdocs go on to get tenure positions and so on. The graduates become postdocs. These people have chosen not to go this route, but to become specialists, and they have real talents. How do we value them? How do we value people who curate data and so on? A challenge for universities. And this is Jim's vision as a result of all that. So he believes that really, ultimately, we should be aiming globally for all the research literature to be available online, open access. Yes, we have to have some deal with the publishers, and at the moment we're in a revolution, so it's very confusing. Do we pay them? Is it open? All these sort of things will get sorted out in the end. That's what librarians will do, all right? And then you want to go from the literature to where the data sets are. And then you want to be able to combine it with your data, publish new papers, and so on. And Jim Gray felt that this would actually increase the scientific information velocity and allow a huge increase in science productivity. And this is the vision that I take with me. And this is the vision, I think, started by people like Galileo and even Kepler, who were sort of transitional figures. I think Newton and Kepler arguably more transitional because they did things which were looking at alchemy, and Kepler did regular horoscopes. I don't think Galileo did quite those things, although he had some strange ideas about comets and things. But nonetheless, I think it was all started by these in the 17th century, and now this is where we should be aiming in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
The secret about the Galileo's World Exhibition is that it's not just about Galileo, but about his world, and even more than being about his world, it's about how to build a bridge from his world to our world today. So we thank you, Dr. Hay, for the clear analysis of the challenges that face us in this world here at OU today. We'll take time for a couple questions before we move on to the panel discussion.
I hadn't seen that one, but...
Okay, well, it was on last night. I got in late and had other things to do and was just listening. But it did reinforce what you did. It was all done at a commercial level, not...
analyzing Twitter feeds and opinion, yes, all this sort of stuff. That doesn't actually interest me, sorry. But analyzing Twitter feeds doesn't interest me.
Well, it wouldn't interest me either if it was Twitter, but that would say more about me than... But anyhow, one claim was they could predict depression in an individual 2 weeks before the individual knew that by looking at Twitter feeds and so on. And obviously a lot of data had to go in for that. Another was they were talking about one example was Target, who decided they wanted to do more targeted marketing, and they looked at what women bought, and noticed that and realized that the change from a scented hand lotion to an unscented one meant probably they were pregnant, and they used data like that, and I think accurately predicted potential customers that way.
No.
It's a bit scary, but
It is a bit scary, and you can also predict flu epidemics by, people start doing that. But also, I mean, I carry a Fitbit, all right? But there are much more sophisticated things you can carry for measuring things about you. Quantified self program is really interesting. And there are some claims that, by measuring continuously your temperature and so on, you can make predictions before you go to the doctor, and you can actually see things coming. And I think we're just scratching the surface, and these are all big data problems, analyzing, putting them all together and stuff like that. And so when you imagine what you could do with genetic information, with the health information and drug information, it's huge potential. It's just difficult. Anyway, yes? No, I think there are lots of interesting challenges for the pharmaceutical industry, and that's just one of them. I mean, one of the things now is that drugs that have been withdrawn for treating, like thalidomide, actually turns out to be useful for some other things. You don't give it to pregnant women, obviously, but again, it's a complicated mix between the cost of producing a drug and a fair return, and what's reasonable to ask. When I was doing e-science, I talked about data curation because I wanted to know something about that, and I talked to people from the aerospace industry and pharmaceutical industry. And they have big needs because the aerospace, these planes be flying for the next 20, 30 years, and they have all these plans, how do you make parts for them in 20 years' time. And similarly with pharmaceutical, they're obliged by law to keep the results of drug trials and things like that. So again, I don't think there's an easy panacea, but I think there's a lot of potential to do a lot better, all right? And I think, again, medical area is complicated with health records and everything else, so it's tough, but I think we will make progress. I think it's time for the panel session. Or do we get a break?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll resume with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. That's great. All right, we've just heard 4 remarkable talks about Galileo's world, and the question that arises is how Galileo's world does relate to OU today. So first, let me start by thanking President Boren for his leadership, his moral vision for the university. Thank Provost Kyle Harper, who spoke at lunch, for his constant support of the university libraries. And especially, I'd like to thank Rick Luce, Dean of Libraries and Vice President for Research, who is redefining the library at OU today. Thank you. So Galileo's world is a sign or a signal flare that has gone up, announcing that ongoing transformation of the library with a strategic vision and inspirational leadership to meet the challenges outlined by each of the speakers today. Now, most conferences are devoted to problems within a single disciplinary expertise, and yet, as has been noted already, today's symposium is a conversation between multiple disciplines, subject areas, and perspectives. And that's by design. A lively discussion is what a university is about, and what we seek to do at a research university is to make sure that those discussions flow out of particular subject areas and begin to move across the entire university. So in that multidisciplinary conversation sparked by Galileo's world, the question before us is really, what is the nature and mission of a public research university? What does it mean to be here at OU in our 125th anniversary? Is it possible for Galileo's world to bring together the many worlds of the university? Is it possible to learn something about modern innovation by looking at the past? OU is a public research university. Each of those 3 words is fraught with meaning and significant for us. Innovation requires many things. We've compared the culture of Renaissance Tuscany with that of OU today. We've looked at challenges in the past, challenges that await us in the future. The question is more than just what do we do or a how-to manual, but the question is, how do we create a culture of innovation and of the creation of knowledge here at OU? So what I'd like to do first is give each speaker an opportunity to address how their presentation matters for us here at OU today. Every speaker has touched on themes that affect our work, our life, our attempt to make a common conversation here. So let's see if we can start off with those thoughts, and then we'll go from there with questions from the audience.
Oh, okay. Yes.
In any particular order. You don't have.
No, I'm happy to go. I was here 3 years ago, and I was at the National Weather Center, and I heard a great vision put forward by Kelvin Drogemeyer for building a center around environmental data with all the equipment, all the sensors, everything you have here for predicting extreme weather events and for doing climate. And I was sad to see that among the many things that hasn't progressed, because I think that's one thing that should be a focus, that you need to settle on what are the strengths in research, and one of the strengths is clearly your link with the National Weather Center, and there's an opportunity to make this the foremost data center for these sort of things, and to put the relevant data sets up, partner with the relevant key organizations, maybe with NOAA and so on, but I think there's an opportunity there, and I think it can involve the library, can involve the engineering faculty, National Weather Service, and so on. So I think centering things around data is going to be really important, and I think you can really put your university even more firmly on the map of research by being the world center, or one of the world centers for this type of research. And clearly you have opportunities in many areas. The one I know about is the National Weather Center. The other thing that strikes me, I was very impressed by Paolo's talk, making historical documents available open access, and I think that's wonderful. I went to the Internet Archive run by Brewster Kahle in San Francisco, and it's a very interesting operation. He's archiving web pages and things like that, but he's also digitizing out of copyright books. So when I went there, he said, "Oh, well, would you like a book of these poems from some Victorian author?" And I said yes, and so I pressed a button, and then I have a book of the poems printed. And I think, you see, one of the things that, as an ignoramus about Galileo, I'm only an amateur, but really I would like to have my own personal facsimile, it's not meant to be an original, of of the Starry Messenger, for example, or the dialogues with the English translation. And you could do that. You could do it at a press of a button. And I think that would be wonderful. I think that would actually liberate huge numbers of people. You get orders from all over the world, I think. Just two ideas.
All right. Galileo's our ancestor, and it's important to know where we came from. And I don't just mean that in a figurative sense. There's a website using publicly available data called phdtree.org that somebody, and on this website, it's wildly incomplete, but I did my master's thesis under a fellow named John Lewis, and John Lewis did his doctorate under Harold Urey, and Harold Urey did his doctorate under G.N. Lewis, and G.N. Lewis did his doctorate under a number of people who and the tree goes back. Actually, it goes back, in my case, through that chain, to William of Ockham. There is an unbroken connection for Galileo and Kepler and Newton to the professors who are here at OU today, and to the students who are there, continuing to the next generation. When I give people tours of the Vatican, of course, people show up, they want to see the place. I had a friend who showed up and announced that he wasn't very religious. He was a fallen away Unitarian. And one of the things that struck him were these posters you can buy in the Vatican gift shop with the list of all 265 popes. And they goes, there was a pope and you can trace them all the way back. Well, yeah, it's, you stretch the definition of pope for, but Peter was the first pope, and there was someone who was the bishop of Rome after him, and after him, and after him. The mean value theorem tells you that there's, if there wasn't a chain, then. And this just boggled his mind, because it reminds you that there is a connection. I think we Americans forget this. Most of us can trace our ancestry back to the immigrant who came here from Europe, usually, and we don't know anything about them before that, and we think we started anew. But no. We are not just immigrants, we have connections to those past. And those, who came from other continents, it may be even harder to trace, but nonetheless, we're here. There had to be somebody. It was, and to remember that we are part of this human family. And you've all got friends who have been into ancestry, and you discovered that your great-great-great-grandfather was a pirate and had a second wife that nobody knew about in a whole different family. And at the time, he was the world's biggest SOB, and now you kind of look at him and snicker, and you're a little bit proud of. Well, Galileo was like that. I think he was a hero because he was a man of flaws, who nonetheless did wonderful things. And that also gives, hope to the rest of us, flawed as we might be.
Well, it's which is a comment I can think of. I mean, think of the role that and the lesson that Galileo exhibition, the series of exhibition here, can give to a young, talented girl or guy studying at University of Oklahoma or in other universities. It's something to do with having the strength to face difficulty. Galileo's life is a story of a growing difficulty, success and problems. Huge success. In 1611, he was the best known person working in culture of the entire world. In 1633, he was condemned and was compelled to abjure. So it's a reversal, big reversal in his biography. And during this span of time, between 1610 to 1633, he passed by walls and mountains and walls. And he had to cope with an opposition which was scientific on one side, was theological or religious on another. And of course, amidst of these, there is jealousy, competition, and many other factors, human factors, the factors that are still living today. I think that Galileo is very difficult to be evaluated even today because he's an alive person, he's among us. I think we have had two different pictures from my point of view this morning and Father Cosamagno this afternoon. And the reason is that he's among us. He's a person you may have sympathy with or you may find that he's problematic. You can evaluate his mind separating from private life, or you can believe that his private life is something that you have to evaluate when you look at law of motions or if you look at the discoveries. I take just an example. There is a big debate about who invented the telescope. Does it make sense? Is the right way of putting the question? I mean, by the way, Galileo has never claimed to have invented the telescope. Never. Galileo has said, I heard of an instrument built many times. What is invented Galileo? Galileo has invented the use of the telescope. Has been the first, diversely from Sarpi, from Della Porta, from the others, to understand that it was a powerful tool to discover novelties in the sky. Second, he has transformed this object from an object to observe into an object to measure, which is quite a difference. He invented the microscope, the micrometer. The micrometer allowed, fantastic invention, to measure in radians of Jupiter the distance from the planet of its satellite. And this allowed him to make tabulation of the periods and also thinking on transforming that idea into an industrial endeavor, solving the quest for longitude and solving one of the biggest problems of his time. So I think this is the message. Taking freedom of thought as a leading power. Not being submitted to any superior authority. Of course, you have not to force the others to think what you think. And Galileo was not forcing the other. He was forced to think as the other wanted it to think. And this is a lesson that is enormous value for young people and also for elderly people, not only for young people. And I think that this is the reason why I admire what has been done here to involve a university into one of the typical story of the development of thought through the history of mankind. Also questioning, Galileo put this, and probably was this the danger that was felt from on the part of theologians and men of church, questioning that man was just the goal of creation. The problem was anthropology. The shifting the man from the center to the periphery involved questions about that was really the goal of creation, or we are one among the other creatures. So this is something that has come back with the discovery of the Indians in the new continent, has come back with the literature about the inhabitants of other worlds, and also a book of yours is touching upon that. They were baptized, Christ had descended on Mars, if Mars is inhabited, and so on. These are questions that has shaped the modern concept of culture.
So I'm going to come at this question from a totally different viewpoint, and that's of an educator. And I think that the project that we presented today and talked about served to bring together the different aspects, the different studies of education, bring students from all sorts of backgrounds together. But one of the things that I think that we really, our grand challenge as educators is meeting students where they are. And so when you think of these grand ideas and that we've discussed today, and you think of these students and think of the challenges that we have to work to prepare them to tackle, that's frightening. And it's no longer a world where we can just sit in our offices and expect that students are going to flock to us to find out what we can bestow upon them in terms of knowledge and information. We've got to go and meet students where they are. So I think that's one of the things that was so great about being permitted to do this project, was what we created essentially was a hub, something that they were drawn to, little kids, big kids, and everyone in between, and they started asking questions. And so the entree was, of course, Galileo, and then all of a sudden they were exposed to all of these other things that comprise that whole project. And it also gave us a great opportunity for some of you that may have observed us on home game days as students were flocking through there. Perfect way to talk with students about their majors. I'm sorry, I'm an academic advisor by heart. Okay. So my question always, well, what's your major? Well, I don't know. Well, you can come over and talk to me about this. So we did a lot of recruiting. There's still a lot of recruiting that goes on. We also were funneling them upstairs to the Galileo's World exhibit. Moreover, there's other challenges, and you all touch on it. We're so fortunate to have scholars such as you come to campus. But we have a huge challenge with funding, right? And everything that we have here is it's scary to think of the challenges and the things that we'll have to overcome. So it's wonderful to have leaders in charge that look at those and find ways to make the environment possible. We can't just do with. We have to have new labs. We have to have state-of-the-art opportunities. We have to have ready access to knowledge. That's the only way that we can hope that our future is going to continue to be as wonderful as we all hope it will be. So anyway, that's all I can contribute to that.
You know, I'm struck by each talk today, for me, underscored the fundamental importance of research libraries in the process. From the first talk really underscoring the essential piece of open access in terms of how scholarship can and must move forward. The idea of the importance of instruments in terms of being able to advance things. The sense of the humanness at work in a process that's not all, if you will, scripted or cold and steely, but actually is quite human feel. The importance of scale. I've been thinking a lot since we first started talking about Galileo's world, and in my own mind trying to compare, well, so what is the difference? Is there any difference between today and living in the time of Galileo's world? And perhaps one significant difference is the question of scale at which we're trying to do things. So coming back to the library, it's also an interesting question about scale, but also evolution in a sense. 3 years ago, we had no DigiLab to digitize the kind of high-resolution images that you see here and in other locations. And that was put together in short order. We had no coordinator of exhibits because we did not do major exhibits. In fact, I would argue we didn't much do minor exhibits. We had no public programs. that opened the doors to our collections and invited the community in to discuss things. We didn't have the facilities to be able to have a public exhibition. And so those had to be, and will continue to be, renovated, updated, refreshed over time. So all of those things were invested in part because a great research library is also a laboratory. It's both a place that creates opportunities for dialogue and collision, but it's also a laboratory in the sense of creating a place for exploration. One of the unexpected pieces of laboratory, I go back to the experience that my takeaway from watching what's happened with the Tower of Pisa. So the very obvious sort of experimental data that you might collect out of it is just, we have a couple thousand sample points. What's happened to that ball drop over time? The non-obvious data that is sitting there waiting to be collected, in fact, is by cultural anthropologists, social psychologists, people who study human behavior, watching from up on the perch, the deck above, the human interaction with this device and how humans interact both in mass and individually, as opposed to the way you thought they might interact. And that's been absolutely fascinating and a study waiting to be done. But those are the kinds of opportunities that are hinted at when we talk about laboratory. I want to end this comment on a new area of opportunity that we're just beginning to explore. We're the first university in the US that we're aware of, and I think this is, I feel pretty good about stating almost categorically, we are the first university in the US library to seek to get funding for a postdoc to come in and curate data that's created out of virtual reality environments. So think about the challenge of curating data. Think about the importance in science of the reproducibility of results, which Tony Hay discussed. And now think about three-dimensional data, from architecture, walking through buildings, to biology, walking through molecular structures, to atmospheric data, on any level you want to think about. Think about students in that environment, in immersive environments, with very inexpensive devices like the Oculus Rift. Being able to sit there and do that in a classroom and have a data set, and what do we do with that data and how do we curate it and take care of it for long periods of time? So those are the kinds of questions before us in a public university that we need to rise to the occasion of.
I'm interested in how this panel thinks this kind of discussion can raise the level of the bar when it comes to social networking so that you can leverage the citizen scientists and make them more aware of the metadata sets out there and begin to move the social network into a conversation that's similar to what I saw as you described Galileo's interaction with the church of the time. It raised that subject and made it part of the current culture. We've got a culture right now in our social network that's a little bit too heavily populated by kitty cats and politicians. And I would like to see it more imbued with this scientific investigation that I think these metadata sets can leverage us to do. Any thoughts on what we can do to get that going?
Well, yes, I did mention citizen science, and I think there are some great examples. I don't think it's easy to do citizen science and everything, but I think that it is a way to engage the public and to get, you can have them taking measurements with sensor networks and things like this, taking real-time measurements and collating them and doing an exercise in the class, for example, for school kids or for researchers. So I think that there are some. Other ones I'm less clear about. I was a particle physicist and I didn't work on the LHC experiments at CERN, these big things which found the Higgs boson. But there it's very complicated. You have a very complicated experimental apparatus, which you do complicated computer simulations of your apparatus, and you have to know what happens to a photon. Does it go through? Does it miss part of the detector? How efficient is the detector? All sorts of things you have to do before you get the data of the tracks of the particles, and then you have to find out what their energy and momentum is, and of course they're relativistic, and you have to know relativistic kinematics to put them together to find the mass of the particle, and that's not something the average citizen knows about, relativistic kinematics. So the question is, how can you make data meaningfully available to the general public? And they are now trying to do that at CERN, and you can see on the CERN site, they put, but it's one remove from doing research. It's actually using data to show how you can educate and what the sort of things they're looking for. So it's sort of pre-packaged. So I think it'll vary depending on the field, and I think you have to pick good examples where you're not deceiving the public that they're really not doing anything useful when they can do things that are useful. So I think you need to choose it carefully, but I do think they can act as good focus for the sort of debate that you want to see, as opposed to the random noise that you get on many social networks.
Yeah, one of the challenges of the social networks, the strength and the weakness, is that people who think that they're alone discover other people like them. And for bad, you know, you are a wacko, right-wing neo-fascist, and you think you're the only one in town, and then you find there's 1 million of you, which makes 1/3 of 1% of the population, but you think you're empowered, and boy, then you go off the deep end. But on the other hand, I was talking to a fellow who works with Hillel, the Jewish religious group at MIT, and he said, in the last 5 years, students who come to MIT are different from my age. When I came there, I had been the smartest kid in my high school, and everybody who there was the smartest kid in their high school, and suddenly they're faced with the fact that they're no longer the smartest kid in their class, because everybody else was. Now, all the kids who show up have already met the other kids, and they've already found their peer group. I'll speak again in terms of University of Oklahoma. I'm a child of the Midwest. When it came time for me to go to college, I had to go back east to test myself against the real world, because heaven knows the Midwest is not the real world. I think it's important now that people can see the real world is here in Norman, Oklahoma, that you've got, if nothing else, this phenomenal collection of scientific history science books that most universities don't have. That now you've got the National Weather Center. You've got something more than a football team, and the football team is pretty darn good. One of the things I ask when I go and I give talks everywhere is, what famous person went to your school? And the question is not to find out who the famous person was, but who do you think is famous? To be able to, I think, use the social networks to find out that, oh, this person was also a graduate of. Jeff Moore, a colleague of mine I never knew, was an undergraduate, class of 75 here. To be able to find these role models, to be able to find people who have been through what I'm going through, and either they can say, yes, there is hope, or boy, I don't want to make that mistake. I think it's valuable beyond just becoming scientists. I think that's both the strength and the weakness of the social networks. Yeah.
Just add one thing. Yes, one of the great things that I learned from your presentation at lunchtime, and I talked to John afterwards. See, I used to be Dean of Engineering. One of the things I'd like to do is see if we can have a project with my old faculty. Could they do a student project, collaborating and producing something similar? I'm a trustee of the Winchester Science Centre, which is for kids, and it would be a great thing to have. And so maybe that's a way to sort of stimulate by doing joint projects within universities, faculties, whatever. And again, their connections can come through social networks.
Well, just a small remark. The problem that you have raised is at the top of the conservative science centers. The Science Museum have these attempt at the moment to involve into their activity the social networks and to use the museum as a place, a real place where interaction becomes something physically existing. There is some problem, and I would take as a model the exhibition on Galileo's word as a better attempt compared to the standard. There are differences in the word of the science centers throughout the world, of course, but the standard, which is just playing with science and not understanding, moving hands and part of the body and looking something on a screen, on a machine, but not having any access of the complexity, intellectual complexity. So I think that the model that has been developed here, arriving at the present from the past and looking at what you can keep as a lesson from the past, which is not a linear path, of course, is full of diversions, interruption, and so on, is more effective in terms of educational power than the average and standard offer in science center that sometimes, only sometimes obviously, you really make a difficulty to distinguish Disneyland from a science center.
So one of the really difficult challenges in our society today is grappling with this question of funding science. And it's difficult to have support for science if you can't understand it. So I might not be able to really understand the kind of science that Tony Hay is able to do, but I can understand as just a common citizen one of the projects that we have, citizen science here at OU, that the libraries are involved with. We have a department at OU that looks at and collects soil samples. They're collecting soil samples from all over North America, categorizing them, putting that data in a database, a repository that the library has helped scale up. And that will lead to, they believe, drug discovery. So what's really understandable about that is you can take a 4-year-old out into your garden, wherever you live in the US, and collect in a test tube a soil sample and send it off to Oklahoma and follow on the web what happened to that soil sample. Now science begins to be accessible and is something that you can talk to your child about. So that's one form of citizen science in terms of getting, building some understanding, building a pathway, if you will. A second, I want to jump to a different example. Suppose science isn't my thing, but I have an affinity for the humanities. We have a project out of our DigiLab where we are trying to digitize letters from the Civil War. Our character recognition systems that would digitize text don't read cursive handwriting very well. In fact, probably if we had students in here, I'd be willing to bet most of our younger students wouldn't be able to read cursive either. So the taking off on the idea of citizen science was to put collections, letters, up on the web and ask anyone who was interested to read a page or several pages and simply translate on a keyboard what they thought they were reading, using a very simple algorithm to get some congruence on same page read, same signal received, if you will. All of a sudden we could reach consensus that this was a good translation, and now we can begin to search for that kind of material, again making it more accessible. So these are different ways that we can work to try to open the doors up to what this mysterious university is doing in ways that I think are really accessible far and wide, and those are things we need to be doing.
So one of the projects I funded while I was at Microsoft Research was, if you like, a citizen science do-it-yourself translation scheme. So for endangered languages, like some Mayan languages, Nepalese, and there must be Indian languages too, it's not commercially sensible for them to do a sort of English Mayan translation system. But it turns out now that machine learning is advanced to the stage that you can sort of automate that. If you have an English text and the text translated into the language, and you have enough samples of that, you can build a translation system. And so you can enlist students at the university to help you translate for some local Indian language. to English, and you can build a reasonable translation system, and you may be able even to do medieval Italian. I'm not sure you can do it from right to left, but maybe you could, so you could have community efforts to do that, and all you have to do is to have multiple pages of text, which is the translation and the original. And so we've done things like Welsh and various parts of Chinese languages. So that's really was very popular. It was popular also in an interesting thing, that it turns out if you're doing a fashion page and you want to translate it into Russian, you need to know the Russian equivalents of the fashion terms. And actually they used the same technique to build a fashion translator to Russian, was actually using that. But it can be non-commercial, and you could do, I think, projects which would interest people and get people engaged.
If I can build on that, a separate part is getting to know the community. I was told a couple of years ago, the Pope's on Twitter, so you have to get on Twitter. And the Vatican Observatory has to be on Twitter, that's you. I got on Twitter, I'm 63 years old, not the typical Twitter user. Well, there's a lot of people who follow their sports teams by following the different members of the team who are all tweeting. I'm following planetary scientists, and they're mostly the people who are in their 30s, which is to say, I didn't know them, because they were 2 generations behind me. But following them, I can see what's going on in the field through a set of eyes that I never saw before. What's to stop a teenager from following the same people and getting a flavor of what's going on in this field or that field? If you know a teenager, if you know a high school kid, or even somebody trying to figure out a major, say, all right, here are some of the people in the field, follow them on Twitter, find out, are they having a good time doing it, or are they saying, there's no jobs here, I'm going nuts? Or are these people you like hanging out with? It's a way that you can suddenly eavesdrop into the lives of people who might be in a world that you'd like to be part of.
And if Galileo's world is a world you'd like to be more a part of, check out us on Twitter, Galileo's World. And another one is HOS Collection. I could listen to all of you talk for much longer, but I know you've come from many miles, and we've reached our 5 o'clock time. So thanks to each of you for coming and participating today in the Galileo's World Symposium.